happy Saturday. Ooh, there was one thing I wanted to do real quick. I almost forgot about it. Weekend's going well. I went and saw Magic Sword yesterday. I'll just post it manually at this point. Yeah, it is, and I try not to really do too much with it, but it the tech Twitter community is still pretty all right. Besides some of the people that go overboard, but yeah, if I'm gonna post it, as a content creator, I probably still need to be posting there. Blue Sky is better though, but it doesn't get the same. Like honestly, interaction and engagement on Twitter has massively dropped for me as well. So I don't know. I get better. I get better results from LinkedIn these days. I wouldn't post this to LinkedIn though. TikTok? Yeah, maybe. The big yellow one? Yeah, yeah, yeah. I wonder if they have Blue Sky though. Yeah, awesome show. I'm surprised my ancient little 5S or 5E or whatever captured that well. Yeah, all the Elon fanboys on Twitter make it really a lot worse than it should be. Oh, like the actual swords? No, I didn't. I didn't. I'm not much of a merchandise person. I don't know, but it was cool that a bunch of people had them. But yeah, so let's get back to what we were working on. We'll allow it. Yeah, nah, some people suck, man. I haven't seen any of that on my feed. Well, I even started compiling a list of other bands coming to Seattle later this year. Hold on, let me look at that list real quick. I thought it was cool. Uh, where is my notes app? There it is. Oh, it's not notes. So yeah, hold on. Mogwai, they're coming here soon. Dope Lemon. Ooh, I'm definitely gonna go see Dope Lemon. Infected Mushroom could be a cool show. Elbow could be all right. The Beta Band and Brian Jonestown Massacre. Those two are gonna be great, but those are in like the fall, so it'll be a while. But yeah, Mogwai and Dope Lemon are pretty soon. Dope Lemon, May 20th. I'll definitely go see that show. And they're all at the Showbox. Not Showbox Soto, but Showbox Seattle. That venue is great. It's my favorite venue. Neumos is a close second. Neumos definitely is worse because of the parking. Like, parking's a nightmare. Yeah. I mean, I'm basing that off of your comments, actually, right? Because it's more of like a giant warehouse. So the sound kind of sucks, and it's just bigger. I actually haven't seen a show there, so I don't have a great opinion, but you're not the first person, or you're not the only person I've heard that from. You're the first person I heard that from, but I've heard other people say the same. But yeah, Magic Sword last night was fucking good. Oh, we should probably put on some Magic Sword, actually. No, let's do that. We're gonna play some Magic Sword instead. It's a good album. We can put on others here in a minute, but yeah, we're gonna listen to some Magic Sword. So Volume 1, this is their first album. Oh, man. When they put on No Way Home, and then they like transitioned it into another song like perfectly, that was so good. Oh, that was so good. Takes a minute to build up this first song, but totally worth it. You went snowboarding. Awesome. Yeah. It takes a long time till you get really, really, really comfortable snowboarding. So, don't worry about it. If you feel like you could be better, it takes a really long time to make it feel like an extension of your feet. Like, I still feel like I got it. I haven't done tricks for a bit. Like, I'll do like side hits and like, like small little poppers and stuff these days. I'll do rails and boxes, sure. But yeah, I haven't chucked off a jump, man, in probably like 10 years. Like, I still think I got it, but I'd have to do a bunch of exercise to make sure I can get my grabs. Because if I miss my grab off the jump, it really does mess with the entire rotation. But my safety trick is a frontside 5. I'm pretty sure I could still do that. I'd rather spin a frontside 5 than a straight air in most cases. Because a straight air, if you get bucked forward or back, you have no like momentum. So you just slowly drift that direction. Whereas at least if you're spinning, you have momentum to like work with. Didn't have lessons. Yeah, I never took lessons. No, lessons are bullshit. Let me put it this way. If you want to take lessons, take lessons. But I don't know. If you have the right mindset, lessons don't matter. Now, every once in a while, like a couple tips and tricks help. So if you want to start doing like tricks, I can give you some tips for that. But it's less of a lesson and more just like a quick thing to like connect it in your brain. So if you ever do start doing tricks, real quick thing. Wherever you're looking is basically where you rotate. So if you want to spin flat, you look over your shoulder. If you want to go corked, you look under your shoulder. Boom. Actually really simple. Another quick trick, if you're doing rails, you basically, like you're snowboarding like this. If you want to do a front side board slide where you go like boop and then bring it back, you have to like put your arms counter to the direction you want to rotate back. Because then it's like you're just pulling a rope and your body like counter rotates with you. And you can even do that, like sit in a chair that rotates. And as you like get into that, you feel the chair rotate that way, even though my arms are like going this other direction, right? And then by pulling them back, it puts me right back to the, the middle point. So there you go. That's pretty much the limit to my tips and tricks for snowboarding tricks. All right, that was your lesson. That'll be $100. I'm kidding. But yeah, it's like really all in your shoulders. Like the difference between a 540 and a 720 is how far your shoulders rotate before your board even starts rotating. And also you keeping looking instead of opening up. Like, I don't know, there's a bunch of stuff to it. Everyone has opinions too. If you go to the snowboarding subreddit, you're going to get a lot of people in there giving advice that's actually really bad. Right? A lot of armchair experts in that subreddit. Yeah, trees will fuck you up. Dude, yeah. Yeah, I've taken a tree to the ribs. That one's not fun. But yeah, let's get to what we're doing. We do this fetch. One thing I want to do on the back end, we're fetching our orgs, but what I want to do here... Yeah, exactly. Well, pizzaing when you should have French fried is usually safer than French frying when you should have pizzaed. Just a little pro tip. Sonny Bono, French fried when he should have pizzaed. All right, so getting a list of orgs. What I want to do here, actually, so we were doing some typing stuff in the front end where we're using like org response, and then we're doing a union of that type with the role. We're actually going to update this whole part. So yeah, org response. List orgs here. Right, we got ID, name, and then we're going to have roll. So we do schema, type, array, items. It's getting late. Yep. Yeah, no worries there, Tech Penguin. Thanks for chilling. Play that guitar. All right, so then here in this endpoint, what we actually want to do is nah, I don't know, man. I'm good. Oh, and you know what? Yeah, this is actually a bug anyway, because we're not filtering by user. List orgs with roles, we need to do that. Because a roll's a roll and a toll's a toll. And if we don't get no tolls, we don't get no rolls. We'll leave list orgs, actually. All right, so yeah, we don't want to do an enum map like this. I think I just want to write the raw SQL for this. Let's look it up. How do we do it? I haven't done a raw SQL query with Ecto for ages. So Ecto, Elixir. Dude, this song was so good. The synth was a little quiet. Like, yeah, their mixing could have been a little better at the show. All right, so hold on. Where's a good guide? Here we go. Why does it keep doing that? So it's going to be syntax kind of like this. I was kind of hoping to be able to write raw SQL. It actually looks pretty good. I think instead we want to do select as like a struct or whatever they call that. Hold on, wait. From O in orgs. logs. Interesting. And actually, I want to do this the other way. Now, hold on, wait. They're not using colons. They are using colons. Yeah. But it's where user ID equals. Hold on, is it 2 equals or a single equals? It is 2 equals. Yeah. All right, cool. And yeah, what's up, Kenny? Oh. Working at the moment? Nice. Oh, wait, so it is from in without the colon. And what's up, Maple? Oh, and instead of org users, this is org user. No? What are they complaining about here? No. Okay, that would have been weird if that was what they were complaining about. Oh, is it maybe because I didn't bring in Ecto Query? No, we've got Ecto Query. All right, let me shuffle this over because I need to look at the docs next to it. Oh, and hey, what's up, Nicholas? How you doing? Sorry. That was the same thing you said yesterday, so I was like, oh, is that just yesterday's comment? But no, it's a totally new chat. All right, so formatting kicks it back to a new row. Unbound variable user ID in query. If you are attempting to interpolate a value, use var. The only thing we're interpolating in is user ID, though. So, yeah, Super Maven. I'm using the free tier. I'd have to plug in something. It just doesn't seem correct. Oop, not that. Oh, hold on. This is it. So yeah, org user.user ID. Okay. So wait, org user doesn't exist? Yeah, it does. Oh, we haven't aliased it at that point. So yeah, aliases are not declarative. They are somewhat procedural. Like the order in which they happen matters. Good to know. Yeah, I'm gonna say that's good enough for me. All right, so let's move that back over. What we want to do here is all right, we rebuild that. Our dev servers are running over there. Bring up the server again. $400, sad panda. Not a huge fan of this song. We'll skip ahead. They did it better in concert. But yeah, so casting here, API orgs. Still a $400, sad panda. Hmm. Still just running into grief from Ecto ULID. But why? So users current. We're able to get the user here by that value. Yeah, something just isn't right there. See if we can look at what's in the Postgres database just to be sure. Just to be sure. Oh, I forgot how good this song is. Oh, right, right, right. I keep forgetting that part. I keep forgetting that part. What's up, Bytes Collaborativos? How you doing? Yeah, what are you up to? Yeah, I'm gonna guess that's Portuguese. Oh, Spanish. It is Spanish. Okay. Yeah, awesome. Let me double check this. I work for a company called Get Kraken, and we have an office in Spain. I don't know if we're hiring right now, but I at least want to shout it out. So yeah, right in Spain, we're looking for data engineers and ETL developers. So just throwing that out there. If you guys know anyone in Spain that is looking for a role, this is in Alicante. I do think they want like a hybrid in office thing at the bare minimum. Yeah, it says hybrid right there. So you'd be in the office a couple days a week and then the rest remote. So just wanted to throw it out there just in case, if you are a good Spanish community and you're possibly in Spain, then yeah, I wanted to shout it out because it's a cool company. Okay, so you're from Madrid. Right, right. And that's probably like what, 3 hours away? So that would be a long drive. Yeah. But just in case, you might know someone. So yeah, post it to your Discord or whatever. And yeah, I think it'd be cool. No worries if not. Just wanted to share. I know just simply with how the world is right now, devs are looking for roles. So yeah, if I can share that, it helps out. Yeah, thank you. Cast Dev, it was awesome. Yeah, we're listening to the band now because I'm just that pumped on it. It was a really, really good show. I was bummed though, like, you know how I left around, what was it? We left here around like 7:30. Something like that. I'm trying to remember exactly. Yeah, yeah. Maybe even 8. I don't remember. But I needed to get gas. I went and got gas at like a gas station, I don't know, let's say like 3 miles away. And that was just long enough to get vapor lock, which I've been having as an issue for a while. I think my fuel pump is going out. So I probably need to get a new fuel pump. I should at least change the fuel filter. But I had to sit there at the gas station to let the engine cool down again because of vapor lock. I had to sit there for like an hour. I was worried I was going to miss the show. I got there and like Magic Sword themselves hadn't started. I just missed the opening acts, which is fine. So yeah, I was like stressing, but I got to see all of Magic Sword's part, which is good. So yeah, I'm going to replace my fuel filter. That's easy enough and cheap. And I may want to replace my fuel pump. Even though I can hear it, it's probably just getting weak, What was my first software job? I worked at a company called Fresh Consulting. It was technically full stack, but I mainly focused on front end. They were mainly like a WordPress shop and maybe some Magento stuff. And they hired me on specifically because I had WordPress experience because they had a fire they needed to put out. And like they had like a client that needed their thing launched within a week and they hadn't even started it yet. So I put in like 70 hours that week to launch it. But the goal was, for me to actually start building like front end JavaScript applications for them. So yeah, my first like big project after that was a like a somewhat large Angular JS application where someone else was doing the back end, but the outsourced devs or like the devs in another country had trouble doing the OAuth, so I had to jump in and fix the OAuth because OAuth is actually easy. But yeah, that was basically like Fiverr, but just some other company. So yeah, I got to build out one of those kind of apps. It was fun. But yeah, this UI. Sorry, you mentioned you liked the UI. This is neobrutalism.dev, so it's actually really easy to get going. So it's built on top of Shad CN, which, when people say Shad CN all looks the same, well, yeah, only if you don't put any effort into customizing it. So yeah, pretty cool. I'm liking it so far. This is my first time actually using it. For people coming in from the raid, the thing that we're working on right now is we need to do a join of the orgs that a user is a part of and the role that they have within that org so that we can get this role property. This query looks good except for the fact that we're no longer able to join or technically do this where clause because user ID, the value we're passing in, is not able to be cast to the ID value that they're looking for, which is bumming me out a bit. That looked like it worked, though. Maybe? No. No, still looks like the problem here. So yeah, cannot be cast to type ID in query. So off to Claude. Wait, what greeted me by name? Oh yeah, I guess because I'm logged in. So it's saying I should be able to match against the ULID directly. Double check that part. So we definitely have that. If we go to my schema, it's just going in circles now. And what's up, Brainless? Yeah, have you ever used ULID or UUIDs? Claude's just going in circles with us. For database. Yeah. Okay, so that's how we're going to have to do this. It's a little annoying, but I've seen worse. I went to a college. Oh, I forgot how good this song was. Hmm. Am I hostile to AI for coding? I think vibe coding is bullshit, but I do use Supermaven, and I'm trying to use Claude to answer some of these questions, and it actually did get us to the answer. It just talked in circles a bit. But I consider that a flaw of Ecto ULID. Like, for some reason, we should have been able to use ULID here. What I'm wondering is, does this still work if I put this back to ecto dot ULID? Yes, a column roll does not exist. I don't know, man. Do whatever you want. If you're going to outsource your thinking to other people, I don't know, you would probably benefit from AI. If you can't form an opinion on your own. All right, so ecto ULID here is fine. We needed this to be binary ID. Let's just double check this part. So yeah, field roll doesn't exist. I just want to see if that's actually needing to change. Okay, so we don't need to change the ID or ULID stuff. We just have to change how we do the query. All right, so in this migration, alter table, add role. Good job, Super Maven. Nailed it. So yeah, the big thing was just simply needing to do the query like a specific way. Let's get the server back going. Right, this part we want to keep that same way. What's up, Maniac? How you doing? Ooh, I/O errors on an SSD. Yeah, no, that sucks. And I'm guessing you're on a Mac, which means you're probably on APFS. I am firmly against APFS. Any data I care about is on an external HFS drive. Now, you're on Linux, so why can't you recover it? What file system are you using? So I don't know anything about ext4. I don't know. You may be able to take it to a professional and get stuff out of it. Yeah, ext4 should be recoverable. APFS is just really like aggressive with how they clean up like data. Yeah, exactly, Maniac. I would say like like you being able to recover it, maybe not, but a professional might be able to, depending on how much you care about the data. Nice, Brainless. That's cool. All right, so we've got this endpoint better. And what's up, Ahmad? How you doing? So one thing we got to do is add that. Yeah, so you're doing good backups anyway. SSD not being usable, yeah, that sucks. Like you can't do work today, right? Ooh, yeah, I mean, if you needed to recover data from it, I wouldn't have tried formatting. Just saying. But hold on. Let me check my seed data. Yeah, we're inserting an org and a user. What is the return value of this? It is the schema. We'll just say user equals. Is it actually the schema? Does look like it is, rather than just yeah, because it's the exclamation point. All right, let's give some more Magic Sword a shot. We could do some Volume 1 remixes. Let's do Legend EP Deluxe Edition. Yeah, exactly. Yep. Yeah, I like those conventions. I also like the convention of using a question mark for anything that returns a Boolean. I really like some of those conventions for Phoenix and Elixir in general. Do I run my seeds again? There it is. So there's just something broken about how these ULIDs are being cast. No, I don't know how to do that. There might be a shortcut, maybe like Shift Tab or something. Or, no, Shift Tab would just change indentation. I don't know. Let me go back to this part. So here's the problem I'm running into. Our config should be doing this just fine for us. What if I do UUID instead? Yeah, but shouldn't like the ULID library be casting that for us? Because I believe if I was just using UUID directly, it would. So is it a problem with the ULID library? Yeah, like I shouldn't have to do manual like dump all over the place, right? And here's the other thing. In my seed file, this shouldn't actually be a string, right? Like user and org user, or sorry, org and user. It should actually be the binary ID until we do other stuff, right? But maybe not. I don't know. I guess I'm unsure of where in these steps the casting is supposed to happen. Maybe it's happening at the schema level, just into and out of the database, which would mean that it's probably giving me a string here. Like it's definitely giving me a string because we can actually see that. But it should be casting this. So does not match type binary ID. One second. Yeah, UUID is not valid there. So binary ID is what we'd have to do. So wait, if I go back to where? And hey, what's up, Defias? Take it easy there, Dan Bale. Gonna go grab food? What are you gonna get? Again, foodie stream in disguise. Tacos? Ooh, like street style or Tex-Mex? Ooh, bodega tacos. Hell yeah. Nice. Yeah. Street tacos. What kind of meat do you get? Carne asada? Lengua? You a tongue eater? Brain? Cabeza? Yeah, carne asada. Yeah. Carne asada is my go-to as well. If you're a cabeza eater, you might have just exposed the fact that you're a zombie. Zombie confirmed. That's why you like the whiskey so much. It preserves you. Obviously. Obviously. And Dan, thank you for the follow. I appreciate that. Nightshade, we do have the ban command. And you know what? It's a little early in the day, but fuck it. I want a whiskey now, too. I saw this band that we're hearing right now last night in Seattle. It was a good show. Yeah, no worries, Nightshade. Yeah, thank you for chilling. Nightbot is savage, for sure. Zero chill. Oh, yeah. Yeah, we're chilling. It's a little early for one, but it's a Saturday, so I don't think it matters. Yeah. But yeah. Yeah, we're for everyone joining, let me explain the product we're building. So I want to build a notification tool for listening to keywords on Blue Sky. Blue Sky is really cool in that you can just establish a WebSocket connection to the Blue Sky AT protocol stuff, and you can listen for any message, right? You can do anything you want with every single message coming through. You can get likes in there. You can do all sorts of really cool stuff. So ATProto is kind of awesome. And the best part about ATProto is that it's not just a Blue Sky thing, right? The ethos behind ATProto is full distributed awesomeness. Blue Sky is just the most popular implementation of it. So, yes, you could create your own social network just using ATProto and not even touch Blue Sky if you wanted. totally fine, right? Like open APIs and protocols are really good. So what we're doing is we're building out like a really small micro product to prove out another product I'm building, which is basically a software as a service to help you manage like quotas and balances for billing purposes, right? So yes, right, we have another product that this is going to be dog fooding, and we're currently building it. The part that we're on specifically right now is I'm trying to use ULID, which is a time sortable UUID implementation, but it's not UUID v7. Like it's its own thing. We could actually go to ULID directly instead of the Elixir one. If Google wanted to do this right. There we go. Yes, I think they are a bit smaller. It's like 26 characters versus something. I don't remember. I didn't realize that UUID v7 had a prefix. I was also under the impression that you can kind of do your own prefixing anyway if you just strip the prefix before you do your queries. So you can still have something like prefixed for user experience purposes, but then at the query level, you're just stripping it and looking just for the value. A reserved series of bits you can set in UUIDs. I don't know. I don't know enough about it. Yeah, I didn't think so, but maybe that's what someone's talking about with UUID v7. With v7, it may have that prefix built in. I thought it was just something that you strip. Right, so if a UUID v7 library is adding prefixes, like, what is it, type ID? I think that's the name of it. Type ID has a type prefix. And then the 128-bit, 26-character UUID, right? No, this is for my own thing, Miniscruff. This is just simply for my database. Oh, interesting, Yanni. Is that for a specific version? Because that sounds to me like it would be like version specific. And when you say monotonic, you mean like time sortable, right? I always forget what that means. I'm pretty sure that means time sortable, right? So yeah, V4 would then be probably what you're talking about. V7 is time sortable. So time sortable does equal monotonic. So yeah, V7 is time sortable. Absolutely. Nah, Miniscruff, I think there was another reason I'm using ULID. I think ULID just predates UUID v7. It's an anti-pattern for most distributed databases as it hotspots. I was not aware of that. Smaller if you store as a string? Yeah, there's definitely reasons why you don't want to store it as a string, though, right? Is it as far as like the speed of indexing? Oh, and what you're saying there, mini scruff. Well, technically, if you're just encoding it, right, like the base 32 makes it 26 versus 36 anyway. So UUID v7 or type ID might be fine. So maybe I just ditch ULID and do UUID v7. Yeah, you want to avoid string IDs for the most part. Like, I've done it. I just want to make sure I do it right. So here's the thing, brainless. We could do that, but that means I would have to do that everywhere. And the entire point of a library like using ecto ULID or UUID is that you don't have to manually cast it, right? Like the casting should be automatic. So I find that a little troubling. But yes, I think I see what you mean. And I'm sorry, who said that about the hot spotting? That was the bread. Yeah, I could see hot spotting as in like if you're using the time based aspect of it for your partitioning. Yeah, no, brainless. I'm almost positive we could dump it to a binary and be fine. But I find that to be a huge problem. So maybe I just ditch ULID and I do UUID v7, and then at that point I might just have to like generate the IDs myself if there isn't a library for Ecto that does that. Now, here's my next question. Is there an there is an Elixir. There is type ID Elixir. Yeah, mini scruff. Yeah, building some stuff from scratch is fun. I don't like doing that myself, but I'm not too worried about it. Yeah, see, here we get type ID UUID. Let's look this up on Hex. It's Ecto ULID. I'm also using a newer version. Hold on, let me find that exact thing. So there's the Ecto ULID. Oh, not casting part. So there's Woily and Real Real. Real Real is like the original, but it hasn't been updated in 4 years. Meanwhile, I think Woily here does get updated. So yeah, this is the one that I'm actually using, and it has like updated docs too. Ooh, Maniac. Yes. I've actually had that problem before too. Um, I discovered it because I thought I had like some weird system stuff. I started reformatting, and it was a Windows machine, so like Windows was installing into RAM, and it would die at like a specific point. When I swapped my RAM DIMMs, it would die earlier in the process. So that was how I identified that I had a bad DIMM of my RAM. That was really annoying. But yeah, Ramcheck couldn't find it. Like Ramcheck had no idea, which was weird. Yeah, I was getting all sorts of like weird visual artifacting. Now you're concerned if it's the RAM. I mean, it's something worth checking. If it wasn't seated properly, that's a very obvious reason right there. Colton, yes, exactly. I had the same issue. I didn't get issues until I had left the system running for a long time, and the RAM had like fully filled up. Which is why I didn't encounter it until like the end of the Windows install process. Always do a mem test before you discover you've been backing up corrupted files for years. Yeah, that's a great point. Would ECC RAM be immune to a bad DIM issue? Like I know like error corrected something, right? Like that's what it stands for. I thought that was just a protection against like solar rays, like doing bit flipping. But yeah, Dan Vale, if you're still out there, man, I see you on Twitter all the time. So yeah, good to finally chat. Yeah, like ECC RAM can still technically fail, right? It's just a protection against like solar ray type, electromagnetic BS. But I guess if it does fail, do you get better assurances at the OS level? That I don't know. I have no idea. Yeah, it'll protect against like the single bit flip from some weird electromagnetic interference, such as a solar ray or whatever, right? Okay. Yeah, no, that makes sense, but like a bad sector in a DIM, ECC isn't going to prevent anyway, right? Unless the OS can identify the bad sector and then just stop using it, right? Ultra Propor. Thank you for the follow. So instead of returning junk, you would just get an error. Okay. Would that error just cause like a blue screen on Windows, or would it just be like a runtime error? And then does it know to just not use that sector anymore? Because I'm pretty sure at least like Smart or whatever for hard drives can identify bad sectors on like a hard drive platter and then just not use those. Is there a similar mechanism for RAM? And it's probably something that gets stored, right? Ah, brutal, Maniac. Brutal. Well, I mean, late is the best time to have a drink. It'll just terminate the process. Okay. So it's a kernel level thing that's happening, not like not a firmware thing at the motherboard level. Oh. Yeah, we were literally talking about ECC RAM, GSPorto. Exactly. Yeah. Right. Basically, the bread is schooling me on what makes ECC RAM more redundant. Like, I thought it was just for single bit flips. I didn't realize it handled like entire bad sectors. No, that's fine, GSPorto. Like, dude, yeah, that's how Twitch works. Context is rarely maintained. We do have like the chat below, but it disappears over time, so it's a little trickier. So yeah, man, yeah, don't feel bad about that. But yeah, Brainless, I didn't want to ignore you. Is there something you want me to try? Like, you're looking through the ULID stuff. We can look through it together. Like, if you want me to like start looking through here on stream just for other people's context. I'm tempted to just change my entire like ID library, because it doesn't matter. It's like easy enough. We're not in production. It's not going to change anything. So yeah, like this is the perfect moment to decide if Ecto ULID is actually just no good. I could switch to Type ID, you know, if we think it's more maintained. Yeah, no worries. Like, so this is where if you want to like do some of this stuff, sure, right? Like manual ULID generation, but you shouldn't have to do that, right? Like they should be doing that for you under the hood. Right? Like this is like the edge case of generating these IDs. They have an auto generate. I don't know if they have a self cast though. And if they don't have a self cast, I consider that a huge gap. Like, that's a problem, man. So mini scruff. Just imagine that you define a type. And hold on. Remind me later there, Ghosty. Just imagine you're defining your primary key and foreign key types in this way. And I shouldn't actually need this if I'm setting it at the config level, but I've run into bugs with that already. But the idea being, when I do a query, I shouldn't have to do this dump. It should just automatically know that a string value for this column needs to be cast. And it will do that cast at the ecto level, which is our query builder. Right? That's the entire point to a thing like a query builder. To take away some of the manual steps that are just boilerplate, right? Such as casting a string into a binary value using the dump that I'm doing right here. I should not be having to do a manual dump of this into binary. Now, this is definitely something that worked, but there's something wrong, right? Yes, it's about the abstraction layer. The entire point to an abstraction layer like this is to save you that boilerplate. If it's not saving you that boilerplate, what's the point? Like, what's the fucking point? I could just write raw SQL at this point, you know? Oh. My trackpad just lost connection or something. Let me figure that out. But we're going to listen to some more Magic Sword because it was an awesome show. You're not sure you could do that in Go either? Oh, you absolutely could if you're using the query builder mechanism. Right? If you're just writing a raw SQL statement, no, it wouldn't do that for you. But if you're using a query builder in Go, that's the role of the query builder. And you could do that in Go. You absolutely could do that in Go. It may require reflection in Go, which is a bad idea because it's slower, but it's possible at the bare minimum. Ooh, Magic Sword and Droid Bishop together? Is this just a single song? It is, but I bet it's good. Oh, I bet it's really good. So the code of that library has no conversion there. Yeah, I consider that a major problem, right? If it's returning it as a string, it should be proxying it back as a string. So I'm thinking this is just a bad library. Let's look through this then. Oh, ooh. This is good. Yeah, I saw Droid Bishop a week and a half ago. He was super good. He just has this one thing where he will yell out the name of the city you're in way too many times. If you create a drinking game where he, like, you drink every time he yells out, like, the city, like, hello, Wisconsin, or some bullshit, right? Hello, Seattle. Oh, my God. He's trying to kill us. He easily said Seattle, like, 30 times. And he was an opening act. He wasn't even the headliner. So he had a shorter set than a headliner would. And he easily said Seattle like 30 times. There was one song where he said it like 7 times. Another thing that blows my mind that I never really considered is that a lot of these like synthwave artists, it's just one dude on tour. They get up there and they basically just play like a fucking MP3 file. It's probably a FLAC or something, but they just play like a file from their like their file system, and then they just play the one track that's missing from it on top and the singing. So Droid Bishop is just one dude in tight pants on stage with his guitar with just a backing track going. I understand he probably doesn't make enough money to pay a full band to tour with him, but there's something that feels really cheap about that. It was still a good show, and he's still a great entertainer. Like, his energy was awesome, besides the Seattle thing. The other opening act a week and a half ago, he didn't even have an instrument. He just had a backing track, and it was just a dude on stage. He wasn't even hitting anything on his keyboard. It feels a little lazy. Basically, yeah. What instrument do you play? Thumb drive? Like, yeah, exactly. All right, cool. Like, dude, come on, man. No, yeah. Like, this dude just had like energy, and he was singing at least, which was good. Like, it was like some synthwavy like singing stuff, which was solid. It was good, entertaining. I got a photo with him because why not? I think that's always fun. But I don't know. Yeah, could have been better. I definitely prefer like a full live band. Even if they end up blowing it like Sublime. You guys ever heard live Sublime? Like, I'm not saying modern Sublime, but like Bradley Knoll. Dude, that guy is really hit or miss, or was hit or miss. It's kind of sad. I think they played this song last night. They definitely played this song. Yeah, right? Casting stuff around every time. I'm ready to ditch ULID if I'm going to have to do that. It's not for me. Or we need to write some abstraction. So yeah. I think we just have to ditch ULID. I do want something monotonic, for sure. Ooh. Ooh, that synth is nice. Now, these guys were a good show. Craziest thing is, like, the drummer. The drummer is, like, the energy. I know. What were we talking about? Dude, the crunchiness of that bass line almost made my soul leave my body. And shit, TJ Khalil, thank you so much for that sub, dude. I appreciate you. Ultra Rapport, we got Yanni Pants. Thank you for that follow as well. But yeah, so Ecto ULID, I don't know, man. If I'm gonna have to cast all this shit. Before we ditch it, do we have other libraries we could use that will handle that casting for us? So type ID Elixir. So yeah, ecto parameterized type. Yeah, no, these guys are good. Super good. Super good. I wish they had like more full albums so I don't have to keep changing. Oh, we got one more song on this one at least. So here's the thing. Yeah, like the parameterized type thing. Is there not that pattern over in ULID? Wow. Yeah, no, I don't see parameterized type in here. What the fuck? Wow, this seems very bare bones. We do see cast. Damn, yeah, Ecto ULID is extremely simple. So, yeah, no, I get it. I think I'm good on it. Yeah, I should not be using this library. So wait, Maniac. What's going on there? You're doing a memory test? Ah, got it, got it. I mean, your RAM wasn't seated properly. Like, that's probably the bug, man. That's probably the bug. But worth checking anyway. Why not? But okay, so now more magic sword, because why not? All right, so I'm ditching ULID. Fuck it, whatever. ULID itself might be really good. I think for this case, it's not. Oh, okay. Yeah, maybe Maniac. Yeah, this seems like such just like a more robust library. When we see the ecto part, custom types. Oh, I'm not even sure how Drizzle does that, but Drizzle is nice. One thing I've had to do though is if I want to like use SQLite in the database or like in the browser via Wasm, Drizzle doesn't handle the migrations itself. I had to like run Keesley to do that. So I had to have a project with Keesley and Drizzle in it, which is not ideal. And yeah, like I recognize that as an edge case for sure. I believe the parameterized type is then going to handle the cast and dump in and out for us. So I think we end up being good. We'll end up needing to do our type as UUID under the hood, but that should be fine. Yeah, we're going to switch to type ID instead. And I'm sorry, one second. I can still see the link. I'll just copy and paste it. They were saying this is an example of ULID in Drizzle. And you know what? Yeah, I'm going to do this. Oh, I already follow the Dan Vale anyway. Shit. I was going to go follow Dan over on Twitter, but I already do. Shit. Maybe that's why I see all of his stuff so much. Yeah, the to driver from driver. Exactly. So what we were seeing over here is basically that cast dump stuff as well. Right? So cast here is doing that, like all of these cast, like pattern matching things. And then dump is doing the same exact thing. Yeah, no worries, Maniac. Yeah, you were saying it's late for you, so no worries. Hopefully the mem test goes well. Yes, you should definitely check out Type ID. 100%. All right, so before I get too deep into it, what I want to do is roll back the database. Are they actually at 1.0? It's 1.1 technically, but I forget what that means. We'll do 1.1 anyway. Yeah, Kenny. Like, I don't know. These kind of streams make good background noise while you're doing other stuff. I highly recommend it. Yeah, that's my main goal. I want this to feel like co-working. My seed? It's a little personal. As I have said, I am fully seated. That's an IT crowd reference, right? For sure. Are you seated? That's a bit personal, but yes, I am fully seated. As I said earlier, I am fully seated. We have our children, Zenith and Quasar. Yeah, no worries. Father! Unhand me, priest! Like, yeah, dude. I love IT Crowd. It's so fun. Anytime someone's like, you'll watch streams and you'll hear someone say, like, oh, there's someone at the door. My brain immediately goes, there's someone at the door. There's someone at the door. Like, I totally do that in my head every single time. All right, it's like a trigger. My brain can't help it. There's someone at the door. There's someone at the door. Oh, yeah, yeah, yeah. No, my brain is actually just a random interconnectedness of movie quotes, and somehow thoughts happen between them. I think that's how LLMs work too. Yeah, yeah, I agree with that, Lightspeed. Also, I think it helps with my memory. I have seen the TV show. It's super good. Yes, Matt Berry's a treasure. Yeah, he's super good. What's up, X Factor, Mr. Sir? How you doing? I really liked the last season. I thought it was quite good. Right? Like Matt Berry and his like monster. That shit was good. I don't want to spoil anymore. I don't think that's much of a spoiler. Dexter, like the new one, like the prequel, or like old Dexter? Because if you like Dexter, you may want to stop watching after season 2. Dexter jumps the shark. But he wasn't. Come on, man. It is an old enough show. We still don't want to spoil it for people. Yeah, you didn't spoil anything because it's not actually like a real plot point. The John Lithgow one? The John Lithgow season's all right. Supplies, motherfucker. Like, yeah, yeah, no, that shit's good. Yeah, yeah. Fries, motherfucker. Like, yeah, yeah, dude. The memes for that were so good. Yeah, yeah. John Lithgow's amazing. Yeah, for sure. Here's something I didn't realize until like very recently. Dokes is played by the actor. He's the same actor that was in the movie. Shit. Why am I spacing on the name of it now? John Ritter. He gets sucked into his TV. Stay tuned. The actor that plays Dokes is actually like the The film grad student in hell. I thought it was disgusting. It lacked subtext. Let me guess. Film school grad? Yeah, I majored in Kurosawa and blah, blah, blah. It's like, we have one viewer down here in hell. The big guy. He likes things simple and evil. No subtext. You know, like it's like really well done. Like the conversation there about like filmmaking. Kind of fun. So change set is the thing that does the casting. Ah. Oh, so. All right. So I could go back to ULID then. Do we think, like, when you look at the code for type ID Elixir, though, the fact that they're using parameterized ID makes me think that they're going to handle this stuff for us anyway in a better way. Not this part. Let me get more music on. Right? To me, the fact that they use parameterized type means that, like, would I even need to use change set anymore? All right, so real quick, when you're saying you used change set, where did you use change set? Here in theory, you always prefer to use change set. So this whole like repo insert doesn't use change set under the hood. No, it's doing struct to change set. It's taking in a schema or a change set. Oh, so if we did change set, we'd be good. Oh. Interesting. The cast is done by the change set function. Okay. That would explain a bunch of the issues I've had, because I'm just doing like repo.all if... Okay. I don't remember having to do this with Stream Parrot, which I find interesting. Ooh, they played this song in concert too. It was super good. No, I just want to double check how I was doing it before, because I could have sworn like I didn't have to do that bullshit. Right, we're just doing repo all, but am I actually using UUIDs? I thought I was. I'm guaranteed using UUID. But I think I'm just using regular UUID. Yeah, right? What I notice, oh shit, is that I don't have a generators prop elsewhere. So that could be part of it. Right, so this is some much older code. So this is a few years old. If we updated stuff, it'd probably break. Where the hell is my migration data? I know I was doing migrations. Hold on, let me show you guys what I'm seeing. I don't even see like a priv folder. So this is some much older Elixir. Okay, here we see, yeah, it's binary ID auto-generate true. And we're doing that for all schemas, basically. Where the hell are my seeds, though? No, volumes is empty. Volumes is just the Docker container, like related stuff. I don't even think I'm using the WebSocket. So that part doesn't matter. Was I mounting the priv? I don't think so. No, we do see a copy. You know what? This might have been just a failure of our backup recovery process. Priv was probably there. Yeah, we had a whole like hard drive crash happen, which is why we can't modify StreamPaired anymore. We do see that copy priv is happening, but yeah, that folder's just gone. So that was part of the recovery process. So that sucks. Let me check one thing then. It should be at least backed up a little bit. We'll go to Bitbucket. Let me get more music going, though. Deja doop. Doop doop. Doop 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 doop. Sorry. That was terrible. My bad. Hold on. Projects. Oh. Oh my. All right, we'll log out. Let me just do this. Okay, so I can't get back into my Bitbucket. They're going to have to wait 24 hours and send me a message. Which makes sense. I get it. Oh, yeah. No, this shirt's great. Yep. I got it for free. Just keep that in mind. It's a growth book shirt. It is a very soft shirt, too. But yes, Graham, one of the founders of Growthbook, gave me a bunch of credits for this online store. Really cool company. Really appreciate the free shit. But also, like, I like the product too. And Graham's just awesome. So yeah. And keep in mind, like, these shirts are, oh, I already pasted it. Sorry. Pretty reasonably priced. I think they even take a loss on some of this stuff. Like the hoodies, I think they're taking a loss on. The hoodie is one of my nicest hoodies. But yeah, like the insignificant shirts, like a lot of their shirts are just really fun. But again, I'm biased, right? Full disclosure. I think every single person who gets a free thing ever, forevermore needs to let people know about that, right? So, yeah. That's where me and my opinions about ethical disclosure maybe differ from some people, but I really like that some other people have been understanding about it. I think that's actually like really cool of them. But yeah, this A/B test shirt, not as soft as the other ones, but it's just awesome, right? A/B test's a real product hero. Yeah, trust me, I've tested it. Said every developer ever. Ever. Yeah, Algo Bro had a tweet or something where he's like, what is QA's job? And I replied, they do the testing that the devs said they did. And that's one of the most true statements I've ever said. QA actually does the testing that the devs said they totally did. Yes, QA is massively valuable and actually like cheap in comparison. Like you're better off hiring a good QA team than making your devs do 90% test coverage, you know? As far as like unit tests go and stuff. As far as cost goes, QA is one of the cheapest resources you have. Oh, damn, this album is long. We're going to start here, though? No, we're going to start here. One beer, null beers. That's not the developer, that's the QA, right? QA walks into a bar and does those tests because the dev didn't run the -3 beers. They didn't run null beers. All of those things are QA tasks. But yeah, no, I guess that is like a better version of the joke where like the dev does the unit testing and then the QA does something the dev never thought of. That's actually kind of nice. Yeah, that's a better version of that joke, actually. I think you're right, Lightspeed. I'd say that's a much better version of the joke. Yeah, good call. I hadn't seen it written that way. I do need to pour some more water. I do need to use the restroom. Feels Mimic. Honestly, that's like the joke from Out Cold where the men's restroom is just a door to the outside. That was a good joke in Out Cold, for sure. But yeah, give me a second. I have to go pee. I'll be right back. And yeah, we're going to keep working on this. So is the move to just use chain set every time? We should try it. And if ULID works, if I just keep using chain set, then all right. But I have not been using chain set, and that's probably my issue. So yeah, that's what we'll try right after I use the restroom and pour some more water, and I'll be right back. Yeah, I don't use change sets enough, and I should start doing that more. So we will, for sure. And yeah, Prime even like in his Lex Friedman like podcast thing, like mentions him like not getting recursion at first or whatever too, right? Now I didn't actually watch the podcast, I just summarized it using summarize.tech. Don't you judge me. Yeah, I tend to not use recursion. In my opinion, loops just are an easier mental model. And I find them easier to debug as well. Damn, I just felt like that one meme where the lady has like the plank on her stream when she goes to use the restroom. And when the plank is showing, like her stream bumps up like 20 or 30 viewers, and then when she comes back, it drops. I just felt like that just now. We bumped up to 78 while I was using the restroom. I came back, 63. Which is fine. I'm just having fun, but I get the meme. I get it now. Touche. Yeah, Planky on the chair. Yeah, exactly. Yep. Amaranth would get more viewers while sleeping? Interesting. I didn't know about that one. Multi-clause functions. Like, I get that. I don't know. I push back and I consider loops. Like, you can do multi-clause loops too. Yeah, I personally just find loops like an easier mental model, in my opinion. Right? Like, the way that, like, recursion has to, like, unwrap from the bottom back up, that part does my brain in. I personally really like the fact that anything you would do with recursion, you could do with a loop. It just requires a different way of thinking about the problem. I do it from time to time. I do typically kind of regret it. There are certain use cases where one is an obviously better decision, though. At which point I would rather write the easy one that I understand, and then if recursion is really the right way to do it, I'll establish my unit tests on the correct version, and then struggle bus it, you know? But yeah, I interviewed at Mixer. It was known as Beam at the time I interviewed with them, and their like emote like parsing algorithm was recursive. It was part of their actual like interview process to implement an emote parsing algorithm. So given a message, extract the emotes and replace them with a thing, I wrote that with a loop. And my favorite part of that is this is before I even started streaming. It was they just preferred doing it that way. That's how they did it. I don't know, man. I didn't do the recursive solution, so I hadn't seen it. But while doing it, I'm sitting there chatting with this guy, Connor Pete, who's on the VS Code team now. He was on the Beam team or Mixer, whatever. It was Beam at the time I was interviewing. We're sitting there chatting, chilling, like chatting like we do here on stream. I'm sitting there hacking the thing out. And we're just like BSing. We're not even talking about the code I'm writing, but I'm actually writing the code. I go to run it the first time, failure. Oh, I forgot to account for the empty case. I solve the empty case, all tests pass. And he just goes, wait, what? And he starts like really like looking at what I wrote. But yeah, one of those things where it's like, like I was ready to be a streamer before I realized I was ready to be a streamer. I actually started streaming partially, at least like mostly, because of the second interview, maybe the third. One of the interviews I had, it was the second interview with like the owner of Beam before they got acquired. I'm sitting there chatting with him, and one of his comments was, I really wish you streamed because then you'd understand our users better. And I was like, all right, sure, I'll do it. Why not? And then I failed the third interview because dude wanted me to do Fibonacci on a whiteboard. Number one, do you guys use Fibonacci in your code? Number two, I don't write on whiteboards. No, thank you. Third guy was like, he'd been at Microsoft for like 7 years. He was also yawning the entire time, and he didn't want to be there. So yeah, third interview guy. Honestly, I need to thank him because working with him would have sucked. Yes, the second interview was that owner guy. I'll say this story for everyone who's new to stream. The guy who owned Beam and got acquired into Microsoft to become Mixer, that dude started his company as a Minecraft like server hosting platform. And then eventually they got into like video stuff and they wrote like FTL, faster than light, for their video encoding stuff. And yeah, like, smart kid, definitely had some investment from his parents to fund the Minecraft thing, but definitely smart, like good coder, right? And FTL is legendary, and they wrote that shit, and that's why they were acquired. Right? FTL is still under the hood of like Xbox's streaming content, right? Like how they do streaming on Xbox, FTL is still there, right? Even if Mixer's dead, the underlying tech is still around. So yeah, anyway, I'm in this interview with this dude, and he's just like functioning as like a CEO. He doesn't do day-to-day coding anymore at all. And he was basically like, so what games do you play? I said, well, I play a little bit of League of Legends. There's a champ I play called Singe that just, that gameplay style is really fun to me. Which that might have been how I didn't get the job. I'm kidding. I don't think that was it. But we're sitting there chatting. I ask him what game he plays. He's like, oh, I really like Forza Horizon. Like there's this car in the game. It's this Lamborghini something or other. I forgot the name of it because I don't care about cars. Also, probably a bad culture fit because they really cared about cars on that team. He's talking about how he loves driving it. And then that now that they've been acquired by Microsoft, he actually owns one. So he'll be playing Forza, and it just makes him want to go drive the car. But then he gets into the car and he's driving around, and he can't open up like he can in Forza. So it makes him want to go play the game, and it's this vicious cycle. And I could not relate to that whatsoever. Like, okay, cool, man. Like, I could not relate. It was pretty funny, though. Yeah, to me, a car is a utility. It's a thing that gets you from point A to point B. Which is why my car is filthy. The right mirror is shattered. You know, I've got a fuel pump issue that I should fix because that I actually care about. Rich enough to buy a Lambo, too poor to own a racetrack. There you go. Have I tried go-karting? Back in the day. I haven't done it for a long time. This place called Ski Bowl down in Oregon, I believe. Yeah, they had go-karts, I think. I remember doing something there. That was fun. Oh, it's also the only bungee jumping I've ever done. It was only like a 50-foot bungee jump, but it was fun. But yeah, like that was like a really fun interview experience. I didn't get the job. But I'm a better person for having gone through it. And also, it inspired me to stream, and this is my favorite thing to do besides snowboarding. Like, it really, really is. But okay, so let's undo those changes we made to our mix file, and we could just use change sets, and I just want to see it work. Because, yes, change sets are theoretically the right way to do it anyway. And hold on, let me fix my goose. What's good for the goose is good for the gander? And I'm the gander. I think he's upside down now. Shit. There we go. We got the goose right. I got to do fast go-karts. It's an arm workout. Yeah. I feel like I could do that. Like, I have a shoulder that dislocates, but out here in front is fine. It's when I try and do stuff like overhead or perpendicular to my body, right? So, like, some people know this. For anyone new to stream, my arm, I will not let it go back further than that. I will never have it go fully perpendicular. Right? Like, I won't do that. My shoulder will dislocate. I can't throw anything anymore. I can underhand maybe, but not hard. This is a snowboarding injury that I've had for 17 years. The nice part is, shoulder dislocates, grab my arm by the wrist, yank it back in just right, and I can keep snowboarding. I won't be doing grabs with that hand anymore, but I can grab with the other hand, no problem. Last time it dislocated. Sometime in the past year. It's one of those things where when I get pretty shit-faced, I'll do it by accident because the muscles relax in a way that makes it easier to happen, but it's also easier to put back in. It's also why I am not a fan of, like, people say, like, well, just strengthen the supporting muscles more and it'll be fine. No, that's not how that works. When you're labrum, the cartilage in the middle of your shoulder is fucked enough. The shoulder muscles will help to a degree, but at some point, your shoulder is going to go out anyway, just because of like the leverage and the way things go. And then if your muscles are actually like bigger and tighter around your shoulder, it's harder to put your shoulder back in. There's no way in fucking hell I'm letting someone else put my shoulder back into the socket for me. That's a nightmare. I don't know if you've ever seen. My shoulder dislocates backwards. To fix that, they lay you down on a gurney or a bed or whatever, dangle your arm over, and they have someone heavy yank down. No thank you. Nope. Not gonna happen. No one's doing that to me. I'm gonna do it to myself. It's gonna suck. It's gonna hurt. I'm not letting some other asshole do it, though. Yeah, that's how they do it, though. That's literally how they do it. That's how they've done it for a friend I had. He had really beefy fucking shoulders because he was a screen printer. Like big screen printing, too, not just like t-shirts. So he had like monster shoulders. And he dislocated it. And he couldn't put it back in himself. He could have. I guarantee he could have. He was kind of like... he was a bit of a scaredy cat kind of person. So yeah, no, he had to have someone else put his shoulder in for him. Yeah, being able to put my own shoulder back in is really nice. Dislocating a shoulder sucks. I'm not going to beat around the bush about it. You know what's worse? Knee injuries. And knock on wood, even though it's particle board, I don't have a knee injury yet. They had to sedate them before relocating their shoulder. Yeah. They probably even had to do like muscle relaxers or something. Yep. Yeah, no, that shit's gnarly, man. Yeah, muscles, like, don't prevent the shoulder from going out of socket if it wants to go out of socket. Right? People think muscles compensate for cartilage. They don't. Muscles compensate for ligaments. Those are a different thing. If you got a bad ACL, building up the muscles around it can help. If you got a bad fucking meniscus, muscle stuff doesn't help. Muscles can only compensate for ligaments. They can't compensate for cartilage. Do I wear a brace? No. Here's something, right? If you watch like Olympic volleyball, they got these fucking like they don't wear like full shoulder braces, but they do have these like straps that they put on like here. Those could actually help. I've never actually like gone down the path of trying to put one of those on. That might be the move. Because it's just enough like resistance to keep it from going fully out. Ooh, yeah, dude. I haven't heard an ACL snap before. I haven't heard any of this, but I have friends who have heard someone like break like a leg from shorting a jump before, and they said it was like hearing a fucking gunshot. Like they were 100 yards uphill, maybe 50 yards uphill, and this dude shorted a jump, and it sounded like a fucking gunshot when they shattered their tib fib. ACL sounds like a gunshot too? Yeah, gnarly. Yes, with the unforced dislocations. The problem is I've done like the motocross brace, which is like a thing where your arm goes in and it attaches across your chest and all that. And then it's like, dude, like it restricts your breathing. I'd rather not have something keep me from getting like a full breath, you know? Like, I need to be able to get a full breath. If I get this, like, motocross brace across my chest, it, like, my chest can't expand like it needs to, you know? Like, fuck that. Like, that's a major nope from me. So, yes, my sister, one of my sisters, half-sister, but full sister, like, gave me this as a gift, and it was awesome that she was thinking about it, really cool, but it was like a motocross brace, and it's just not the same. Whereas I think the volleyball brace would actually fit. Yeah, no, I've tried it and it sucks. Yeah, no, it really sucked. Four wheel. Like, no, that was just a major no. That was a major no from me. But I had to try it. But yeah, the volleyball braces, right? Just like the strap. That sounds like the move. And it's interesting because, yeah, like volleyball players experience the same exact problem. Right? Because they're sitting there doing like full arm extension, slapping the volleyball hundreds of times during practice and all that bullshit. Yeah, they fuck up their labrum more than they fuck up any other part of their shoulder. Like there's no way I could play volleyball anymore. Or at least like I would never be able to do spikes. I could do sets. I could do, the whatever they call that, the volley. There's no fucking way I could do like a proper like spike. Like I'm holding my shoulder right now just to do that motion. Like, dude, no way in hell. So yeah, there's all sorts of stuff I'll never be able to do again. I'll never be able to throw a baseball. I used to be able to throw a baseball fast. Ahmed, I have dislocated my shoulder putting on a hoodie. I have absolutely dislocated my shoulder trying to throw a dodgeball. I know things about the capability of my range of motion. Yes. I have dislocated my shoulder hundreds of times at this point. Or at least 100 times. Let me put it that way. 17 years of dislocating my shoulder doing random shit. I've had it happen when I've sneezed with my arm hung out. If you want to see this clip, my shoulder dislocated holding a joint. When someone tells you they've got a thing and your immediate like response is to doubt, I don't know, man. I think that makes you an asshole. I'm pretty sure that just makes you an asshole. I'm not saying always, but in this moment, maybe. Can they not just take some of my ear and do some like crazy shit? No, you know what would actually solve it? Stem cells. If we hadn't halted stem cell research, stem cells could rebuild cartilage. Like shark stem cells. Like sharks can rebuild cartilage because they don't have bones. They're like 100% cartilage besides their jaw. Just give me a little bit of that shark DNA, man. Then we're good to go. Harvest the stem cells. Yeah, exactly. But no, I think, yeah, the world is worse off for halting stem cell research. Just because of the fucking pearl clutchers on the right. Things are going well. We're slowly getting back to this other part. Do I have an anatomical problem in the joints? Not that I know of, just my shoulder. The shoulder is fucked because of, like, impact injuries. Like, Ahmed, do you not know that I was I don't want to say semi-pro, amateur snowboarder. I used to ride like 100+ days a year, some years like 150. I used to do tricks. I was sponsored at like the regional level. Never paycheck, but free gear. If you want to watch this video, you can see the level I got to Technically, this isn't even the level I got to. This is basically where I started when I started getting free gear. I got better than that video, but feel free to watch that and understand, like, yes, when you snowboard at that level, you're going to have injuries. It's going to happen. Honestly, a dislocating shoulder is one of the best injuries you can have to continue snowboarding. Knee problems are way worse. Hip problems are way worse. Back problems are way worse. Shoulder, I got out lucky. But nobody snowboards that much without ever having an injury, right? No one pushes it without ever falling, you know? All right, so what we're going to do is we're going to get our dependencies refactored a bit. Call that good. We'll go back and do another mixsteps.get. No, here's the thing, Thornity. We might be able to do that. I'm not going to be an early adopter for stem cell bullshit. Nah, man, I don't even like being an early adopter for dependencies in my projects. We're dealing with that right now. I'll do it a little bit, but I don't like it. Dude, I'm not an early adopter for new programming languages. Like, new programming language. That's why I noped out of Gleam. Nah, man. If you want to use Gleam, you need major early adopter energy. And I just don't have that. I want to be able to sit here and chat and still get shit done rather than like struggle bus through a lack of libraries and repos and blah, 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 right? And documentation and all that shit. Every single time I've been an early adopter, I've regretted it. Every single fucking time. Early adoption is for people that aren't trying to actually build end user capable programs. If you're building demo apps and just trying stuff out, early adoption's great, man. Zig seems really nice. It's still too early for me. I need libraries. I need an ecosystem. I don't want to build everything from scratch. It's not for me. No, thank you. Where do I draw the line on when something is still considered early? Are there libraries in the ecosystem that are maintained that I can use to get shit done? And I still consider Gleam not that. As a simple example. Does that mean Gleam is bad? No. It just means I am not ready for Gleam, or Gleam is not ready for me. I really want other people to use Gleam. Gleam is amazing. Y'all should use Gleam. Y'all should totally build these libraries that I want to use. That'd be amazing. It'd be just a whole lot cooler if you did. I did look at Gleam for this project, and it's not for me. Yeah, for sure. There was too much stuff I'd have to build from scratch. Like the WebSocket library just lacked as far as documentation went, as an example. And OTP isn't even like ready for Gleam. I wish it the best, and I'm not saying no one should use it. If you are someone who likes building libraries and building out an ecosystem, and you want to be famous within a community, yeah, Gleam is actually good. Like, you can start building stuff, and you can be fucking like community famous for Gleam. You should do it. Like, yeah, I'm not trying to discourage that at all. I just want to build apps. Ahmed, I could do those tricks. Those tricks, that is me. That is me in the video. I did those tricks. That is not just an example of what I could do. That was literally me in that video. And that was my sponsor me video. I got better than that. I got way better than that, actually. That was 2006, and I was still shredding hard until like 2011. By 2010-11, a lot of the tricks you saw in there that I had just learned, those were like safety tricks at that point. A frontside 5 or 7, right? 540 or 720 off of a jump. That is my safety trick off a jump. I'd rather do that than straight air. When the jump is above, let's say, 20 feet. I would rather spin off of a jump than straight air a jump. In almost every park. Now, part of that is you have momentum to work with. So if you mess up off the jump, you still have momentum in which you can like adapt and like, you know, like a cat falling where they always land on their feet. Cats can't do that if they're totally like stationary. When they're falling, if they have momentum with the fall, they can twist and do all sorts of cool shit. But if they're at like dead air with no rotational velocity, no, that cat's just going to get hurt. It's the same thing, right? Spitting off of a jump on a snowboard is safer than straight air almost every time. In the park, at least. Off of cliffs and stuff like that, it's a lot harder. Just because you don't get like the launch like pop. You know, off of a cliff, you're like popping off of like powder. So like there's nothing to give when you do your pop. So it's a lot harder to spin off of like cliffs. But yes, attack banana, right? Like early stuff, you're going to deal with lack of documentation. You're going to deal with lack of libraries. If you're someone like Raimu, who's awesome and a really amazing dev, and you like building stuff from scratch, well then, yeah, early adoption is a way where you can become a rock star within a community. And then I would highly recommend it. Like if you enjoy doing that. I just don't enjoy doing that. I want to build applications. I don't want to build libraries. The gray area between that is I like building SDKs, but I consider an SDK still basically an application, but not quite. And you might recognize, like Raimu. I respect Raimu so much. I wish he was still streaming. His knowledge of stuff blows my mind. His ability to build something out from scratch, like the raft algorithm in Rust, blows my mind. Is Calatrava essentially a lib? It's a wrapper, yes. But it's not something I recommend a single other person to use. And even then, I didn't actually enjoy building it that much. It was just a means to an end so that I could build stuff on top of Architect. So that I could build stuff on top of Lambda, right? Without having to do like I'm going to build my entire application into a single Lambda. I consider that a major anti-pattern. Because Lambda actually has like a concurrency limit. It might be 10,000 invocations, but if your entire application lives within that invocation, you can only have 10,000 concurrent instances of that application. That is a major like scaling bottleneck, in my opinion. If you're going to deal with that kind of scaling bottleneck, you might as well just build a monolith. Whereas Architect is every endpoint is its own lambda, which means every endpoint has its own 10,000 concurrency limit. Ahmed, you know what you're also sacrificing your health doing? Sitting in a chair 8 hours a day. You know what you're also sacrificing your health doing? Getting old. You are sacrificing your health at every moment of every day. How you want to sacrifice that health is up to you. There's a joke from Bill Hicks, right? How many non-smokers we got out there in the audience? People raise their hands. Cool, yeah, we got a good group of non-smokers. Non-smokers, I want to let you in on a little secret. Non-smokers die every day. I know you entertain some, infinite life fantasy, but no, non-smokers die every day. Let that sink in. None of us are getting out of this alive, man. How you enjoy your time here is the most important aspect of it. Right? Think about that health nut back in the 80s, Jim Fix. Ran 10 miles a day, ate nothing but fucking tofu and nuts or some bullshit, right? He'd be running 6 a.m. every day. He'd see Yul Brenner driving by in his limo, right? Cigar in one hand, whiskey in the other. 2 women polishing his cue ball noggin, right? Oh, Yul, you'll regret that someday. They're both dead now. Who do you think enjoyed their life more? So yes, I'm directly referencing Bill Hicks's comedy routine for that. The dude who ran. Yeah, exactly. He was a fucking health nut in the 80s. Died from a heart attack. In his 40s. Oh, Yul, that life will catch up to you now. You know what? They're both dead now. Fuck. It's one of those things. You're gonna die. You're going to die. Even that Brian Johnson asshole that did blood transfusions from his son. That dude's gonna die. It's going to happen. He thinks he's gonna make it to 120. All right, man. The key is, does he enjoy doing all the bullshit he does? I really hope so. I really, really hope so. I think he enjoys the most making money off of the bullshit supplements he's trying to sell. X Factor, maybe you could die sooner than you would have, but that doesn't change the fact that you might die sooner than someone who lives shitty. Right? Genetics plays more of a part in this stuff than a lot of the shit you're trying to talk about. There are people that drink whiskey and smoke cigars into their fucking 90s. And there are health nuts that die in their 40s. Genetics plays a bigger part in all of that. You can't change your genetics, man. That's fine. I get that, right? But the key is, not thinking that you're going to be some fucking Superman that lives forever. It's not going to happen. Don't entertain that. If you enjoy running 20 miles a day, well, then enjoy that. That's fine. But don't think it's going to extend your life. Right? There's definitely a theory that your heart, in general, genetics-wise, has only so many beats it's going to be able to beat. Cake Coon. Keith Richards. There's actually like a theory that the heroin is keeping that dude alive. If he stopped taking heroin, he'd probably die in a week. You know, like, just saying, like, come on, man. I believe Keith Richards is mostly heroin at this point. Nuclear bombs could fall, and it would be Keith Richards and the cockroaches. And they'd be the only ones left over. Oh, that sucks, Lightspeed. I'm so sorry, man. Yeah, that sucks, man. I'm sorry. I know, we're getting a bit morbid, and I apologize for that. My point is just simply, do not entertain some eternal life fantasy just because you eat well. Genetics will dictate if you have high blood pressure more so than your diet. You can do a little bit of both and be better off, right? With good genetics and good eating, you're way better off. But bad genetics can't be countered by a good diet. You just can't do it. I'm sorry. Like, that's a delusion. And you can't change your genetics, so you just have to accept it. Right? Good diet will not compensate for a hereditary heart defect. Right? High school athletes drop dead yearly. Like at least one a year. Yes, it's crazy and it's a tragedy every time, but like, you know, they were healthy. But you can't fight genetics. I love the fact that like this relates heavily to like a community episode. I would say bullshit ethical issues, by the way. Absolute bullshit ethical issues. Religion should not get in the way of science. Nah, man, so here's the thing, right? Stem cells are not extracted from, like, what is actually a human being yet, you know? It's just bullshit, dude. Right? The problem with stem cells comes from where the religious right considers the start of life. But those people don't have a fucking clue. There's the fucking, what's the dude that can't get his wife wet? It's not Jordan Peterson, it's the other asshole. Ben Shapiro. Yeah. Right? Yeah, Ben Shapiro, the guy that's never made his wife orgasm. That dude. He was in an interview. Someone's like, are you going to say this is actually a human being? Right? They show him like a fetus. And he's like, absolutely, that is definitely a human being. Wrong. This is a dolphin. Like, dude, these people don't even fucking know. They don't care. They've got their bullshit rhetoric. Dry as the Sahara Desert. I'm like, yeah, dude. Right? Bullshit. That's not even close to a human being. It's not even a human fetus. It's a fucking dolphin, dude. They don't even know. They don't care because their bullshit is so far ingrained in what they do. No, that was Ben Shapiro. That was 100% Ben Shapiro. Charlie Kirk would absolutely do the same thing, but no, like the dolphin fetus thing. Dolphin fetus Ben Shapiro. Oh shit, no, you're right. God damn it. No, you're totally right. That was Charlie Kirk. Shit, I could have sworn that was no, you're right. My bad. Hold on, did the dude get Ben too? No, alright. Like, I'm seeing references to both. Ben Shapiro dolphin embryo is also another one. But, like, I'm just seeing results. I'm not, no, like, TikTok bullshit. No, you're totally right. That was Charlie Kirk on that one. No, you're right. That clip I'm thinking of was Charlie Kirk. Touche. I thought he had gotten both of those people. You're right. Charlie Kirk, Ben Shapiro, though. Same thing? Tomato. But no, you're right. Thank you for the correction. No, I get it. Yeah, same thing. But also, thank you for the correction. I appreciate that. Technically correct is the best kind of correct. So I need to make sure I remember that. And I will. My favorite part of Charlie Kirk is how they make his face smaller and smaller on like various like photos of him, right? They take whatever photo of him and then they just like shrink his face on his head without shrinking the head. I love that shit. That's like really fun. But yes, good call. Thank you again for the correction. I really do appreciate that. Yeah, we use animals for all sorts of shit, man. When you have an ACL blowout, you have the option of a cadaver ACL or a pig ACL. And I don't think there's any major difference in success for that thing taking. Wait, there's a website for that too? Nice. Hell yeah. You've got to go pig? I don't know about that one. I haven't seen any like studies on the success for those results. I feel like I have friends from snowboarding that are like evenly split between the two. Like some people chose the pig, some people chose the cadaver. I think the cadaver one makes him part zombie. Right? Frankenstein style, so kind of nice. If you get the cadaver ACL, you should absolutely sing Putting on the Ritz. Putting on the Ritz! Like, yeah, right? Totally. Ooh, X Factor, it's not even a joke, right? Like, so if they're even a little bit emo, they can say literally they're a bit dead inside, right? So then when they listen to, shit, My Chemical Romance, right? Like, they're more on brand, right? Like whatever song that is, what, right? Like, is that Black Parade? That's their only good song in my opinion. Keep that in mind. That song's actually great. That song's really fucking good. I'm not a fan of their other shit, but that song's good. Yeah, maybe Ahmed. Sure. I'm not gonna lie. I thought that that one song by My Chemical Romance with like the da 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 da, like that song, like, you know the one, right? I thought that was by like a couple different bands until I realized it was a band I didn't like. At first, I thought it was fucking Coheed and Cambria, and then I thought it was Mars Volta, and then I realized, oh no, that's fucking My Chemical Romance. Well, shit. The band you don't like is right twice a day. I know. Yeah, exactly, dude. And if you like them, cool, man. Yeah, yeah. Music is very subjective. I'd be so fucking bummed if Primus was pop culture. Ugh. That would suck, man. You go into a grocery store and hear a Primus song. Uh, Fucking normies singing I Am the Anti-Pop. No, thank you. I'll pass. I'm good. The famous last words? No, no. Yeah, I'm willing to bet money. Like, dude, the worst band you know probably has at least one good song. You know, there's definitely edge cases to that. This is a generalization, but even if you generally dislike a band, there is an edge case to that, and I bet there's a song that you'd enjoy. I'm sure there's some Katy Perry that I'd be into. I don't care to try. I'd have to sift through so much bullshit to get there, you know? No, thank you. I'm sure Hanson put out a banger. It's not bop. I don't like Styx, but dude, that Wanted Man song is fucking killer. I hate Styx, actually, but Wanted Man is a fucking classic. The jig is up, the news is out, they finally found me. Like, dude, that song is so goddamn good. Woo! Oh, I was actually upset when I found out that was Styx. It came on the radio, I was jamming, I went home and like looked it up on the internet, and I was a little disheartened. You know what? Fuck it. Even Styx has a good song. I'm actually not a fan of the Beatles, but they got some bangers. Even your favorite band has a bunch of stinkers, right? I like Cream. They got some shit songs, though, don't they? They got some really good ones, but they also got some shit ones. Not everything that's Tool is gold. There's some Primus songs I just can't listen to. I have to skip at least half of, like, Pinback's newest albums. So yeah, right? I think the reality of life, like the most accurate representation of life, is that nothing's ever 100%. That is like the most universal truth I can think of. And even then, that quote, well, no, there's some albums that are good start to finish, man. Deftones Adrenaline? Right? So even the no 100% rule is not a 100% rule. Okay. I'll take your word for it. I don't know the entire album, but yeah, no, they got some bangers. Like End of Line Club, that song is epic. Dude, that song's so good. But all right. Yeah. I am kicking this can down the road. We did the Depths Get. We're up to date. We added Ecto ULID next into it. There you go. Okay. Yeah. And again, don't let anyone ever tell you the music you should like or don't like. Don't ever let some asshole tell you what you should like and don't like. I'm not a fan of Foo Fighters. I don't think they have a full album from start to finish, but that's just for me. For you, that's a totally different story, man. A major portion of music is how it relates to you, and that's a personal thing that no one can ever, like, say otherwise for. Which is, like, the beauty to music, the beauty to art, the beauty to TV and movies and fucking anything you can think of that values artistic representation. Programming languages. Fucking frameworks. Like, same shit, man. Now, I get it, they're light speed, but it's actually okay. Yeah, art is subjective. You can't argue someone's taste in art. All they can do is say what they like about it, and you can agree or disagree, but it doesn't mean they're wrong. I think pop music is shit. But the majority of society disagrees, so fuck it. Who cares? Whatever, man. Exactly, right? If we all thought the same about art, the world would be a far worse place. I don't like Hit Me Baby One More Time, but Toxic is actually really good. Right? If we want to talk about Britney Spears, like, I'm not into pop music, but damn, Toxic is actually fucking good. Toxic's pretty solid. If you like the song Toxic, you might like the band Mike Snow, right? Mike spelled with like 3 I's. Right? The two people that did the beat for Toxic are the two people making the beats for Mike Snow, and then it's just like another dude singing. So if you like Toxic, you'll probably like Mike Snow. Michael Jackson. He has some songs I like. He has a bunch of songs I don't. That's fine. Whatever. I think ABC. Simple as 1, 2, 3. Like that song's fucking great. Simple as do, re, mi. Like, no, that shit's good, man. Like, Little Michael. He's great. Later Michael? I could take it or leave it. Hold on. What's that one? Do you remember the time? Right? Where he's doing like the fucking Egyptian shit and it's got Eddie Murphy in the video. Yeah, no, that song's all right. I'm into that one. Jamiroquai, they had 2 songs, right? Jamiroquai, as far as I care, meh. Bruno Mars, I think he's got 1 song maybe that I'm into. Yeah, no reason to attack Banana. Here's the thing. I've got a bunch of shit I'm into. And there's a bunch of shit I don't like. Whether you agree or disagree doesn't matter, but I bet we overlap in some way. So hold on, let me double check. Boney M. I don't know who that even is. Shit. Are they part of Bone Thugs? Bone Thugs and Homeless. Can anybody spare some change? Do I like country? I don't like modern country. Now, keep in mind, there might be a song or two that are good. I do like old school country, right? Like, there's probably some Merle Haggard I could be into. There's definitely some, like, Arlo and Woody Guthrie, but I'd consider them more like Americana than country. I like folk and I like bluegrass. I'd say bluegrass is kind of country, right? Oh, Attack Banana, Daddy Cool. I don't know that song specifically. I only know the reference to Daddy Cool from Spaced. Daddy Cool. Like, you know. I've never heard the song. I have no idea. Miley Cyrus singing Zombie Song? I don't know what that is. Oh, you mean Zombie, oh. Like, what band is that? Shit. What was the name of that band? Shit. Cranberries. Yeah, no. Cranberries are good. Yeah. I bet Miley Cyrus does a killer cover of that. Yeah. And I know some of y'all are trying to like claw your ears off from my singing of it. That's okay. I get it. That's fine. That's how karaoke works in general. But you knew what I was saying, right? So I was close enough. Close only counts in horseshoes, hand grenades, and safe sex. I have never sung karaoke in front of a group. If I'm on a date and I'm trying to seal the deal, I'm going to sing some fucking Peter Gabriel. Fucking In Your Eyes, Peter Gabriel is the deal sealer. I'm just going to say that right now. Sledgehammer, no, not quite. And Shock the Monkey, way off. But In Your Eyes? Ooh, In Your Eyes is the deal sealer. If you're in like one of those private booths where there's like 4 or 5 of you and you're on a date, like, you know, double dating style. Yeah, In Your Eyes, the deal sealer. You're welcome for that one. I'm just say that right now. That is the deal sealer. Lionel Richie, also a deal sealer, for sure. Yeah. No. Is it me you're looking for? I can see it in your eyes. Like, yeah, totally. Yeah, Lionel Richie, that's also a deal sealer, for sure. I get it. But yeah, Shock the Monkey is not the move, right? Like, the joke from South Park is, oh, you want to win a girl over? You just stand outside a window and play some Peter Gabriel. He meant you play In Your Eyes from the boombox, but Stan misread it and he played Shock the Monkey. Not quite it. Close, but not quite. Maybe O'Flake. Did you hear me play guitar earlier? Did you miss out? Okay, you heard a little bit of it. Yeah, I definitely messed up. Sure, I get it. Non-Western music. You mean like the Bongo Song by Manu Chao? Mama was queen of the Congo. Papa was king of the bongo. Hold on. Wait, I did that backwards. Papa was king of the bongo. Mama was queen of the Congo. Deep down in the jungle, I start banging my first bongo. Everybody want to be in my place instead of me, but I'm the king of bongo, baby. I'm the king of bongo bong. I believe that makes me a worldwide connoisseur of music. So go-to for karaoke, Chris Isaak, Wicked Game. That's only one you sing when you're like trying to woo a date. If you sing that and you don't have a date, I believe that is actually torture, and you could actually be prosecuted via the Geneva Convention. Nobody sings Wicked Game to an entire crowd without ulterior motives. I believe that's a war crime. I'm slightly bullshitting. Come on, man. You know me. We're on a Saturday. We're chilling. We're dealing with having to, like, figure out some, like, ID bullshit. If I just opt for chain sets, I think we solve the problem. I just wish it didn't have to be only the chain set, but all right, whatever. We'll figure it out. We did just do a database rollback, right? Yeah, we're already down. Cool. Now, if I'm going to sing in front of a crowd and I want a fun song to sing, I don't know. Yeah, I blank on that. Do I need a sortable UUID? Sortability for UUIDs actually majorly help indexing. So I think, yes, technically UUIDs need indexing. Ooh, AJR Bang. I can definitely sing that one. I've sung that one in the shower too many times because it's stuck in my head. That's not a bad one. So Ahmed, no, you were just trying to do some other shit, man. Find your voice. Trying to sing other people's shit might not be your voice, man, but I bet you can find a voice. I bet you can do that. I think for me, like a karaoke bar song might be like Soul Meets Body. I think I could do that one. and it'd be fun. I feel like I could do the Death Cab Soul Meets Body. Like it's in my range. Like there's like a note or two that might be above, but I can just drop down. I do think there's actually some like Mike Snow songs I could do. Hold on. Wait. We'll pause some of the stuff. Like, hold on. Black and Blue by Mike Snow. I think I could do this one. I could do this one. Oh, yeah, I could do this song. I could do this song. I'm not going to do it right now. Come on. Oh, yeah. No, I could do this one. I know. Like, listen to me. Yeah, no. Keep in mind, I could do this. If you want to hear me sing this, you're going to head over to Gaming Stream at some point. We haven't done a karaoke stream on Gaming Stream for a while because I respect my neighbors. But we could do it. No, I don't like singing in front of people in general. You want to hear a song I sung on? After this song, I'll play it. No, man. Like, I have a song I sing on, and it's completely written by me. I'll play it here right after this. We all kill it in the shower, though, X Factor, because that reverb. Ooh, that reverb. Really, X Factor? You haven't heard this one before? Yeah, I just got to figure out where on this hard drive it is. I lose it every time. I actually had another that I was proud of too, but I got trolled and took it off the internet and realized that it's no longer on any hard drives I own, which kind of sucks. You might recognize that, yeah, I was probably listening to a lot of Death Cab for Cutie at this point. Thank you. Thank you. I appreciate that. There's more I wish was better. The lyrics are kind of vapid. This is me on everything. The drums is synthesized. The bass and the guitar are all me. The bass line might remind you of that like frog song by Incubus. But yeah, the drums are synthetic. Slap at a bass. No, there's no slap in this one. But I do play slap bass pretty well. Or I used to. All right, so there you go. All right, that was me singing. I think I have one more. How do I open the folder that it's in? It's in recent. User CM Griffin recent. I don't even see it. Shit. I got it. I got one more song. I'm less proud of this song. Oh, hold on. No, it's right here. Oh no, hold on. You want to hear the first song I ever recorded? This is the first song I ever wrote and like sung on and like ever like made. It sucks. Oh, damn it. Hold on. No, that's the one without singing. Shit. Wrong one, wrong one. My bad, my bad. I think this is the one. There it is. This is the first song I ever recorded. I was 22. You prefer the instrumental. I get it. That's fine. I get it. That's fine. Please try not to be a jerk about it, though. Yeah, this is before I like found my voice, I think. Right? I'm not proud of it, but whatever. This is my channel. I can play what I want. So here we go. I think this also is like, this is the intermediate between the other one. This is like in the middle there. And this is me doing some slap at the bass. This one's behind like an effect on the voice. I did it for effect because it's like someone yelling to a crowd over a microphone. This is not auto-tuned. Technically, the most recent one did have auto-tune going. But you couldn't hear it, could you? This one's not auto-tuned. Yeah, the effect I was going for is like someone yelling to a crowd over a microphone. Again, pretentious fucking 20-year-old lyrics. Yeah, duh. Fuck that kid. That kid sucked. I still like the music he made, though. Again, everything but the drums is me. The drums is just me sequencing some good samples. Thank you. Yeah. Like, again, this is so long ago, I feel like it's not even me anymore. But I still like it. I'd love to have time to do music again at some point. And maybe we'll get there. Maybe not. Yeah, no worries, Ahmed. Thank you for chilling. Thank you for being more understanding than you were at first. Appreciate you. Have a good night or a good day or whatever. And yeah, enjoy the rest of your day, man. It's a Saturday, though. Like, chunky lecture to study. What? It's Saturday, dude. But do what you got to do. I feel like you did have one comment that was a little harsher than maybe you meant it, but it was pretty harsh. It's fine. Like, no, I get you, man. I wasn't going to persist it. I do think you did have a harsh comment, though. Maybe I misread it, but anyway, it's fine. We're good. Did you get timed out? Did you get banned? Did I yell at you with the whiskeys in me? Nah, man. So, yeah, we can move on. It's fine. I do think one of your comments was harsher than you meant it. That's all. I don't know. I think it was even before that, Lightspeed. I'd have to go look at it again. And it could have been me totally misinterpreting. That happens. But I didn't judge him for it. I'm not holding a grudge about it. Can I at least say that? I do think there was a comment they made that was harsher than they meant it. But intention doesn't transfer through text. So phrasing then becomes a major thing. So yeah, that's all I got. There's like a song I lost, which I'm bummed on. Yeah, like tone. Tone is not included in text. So I don't have anything to go on other than the words you type. In general, typing more words to clarify your tone is more valuable in text. You can hear my tone. When I'm annoyed with someone, I can say the words that wouldn't actually be like, oh, this dude's annoyed with me. But the way I say it, you know I'm annoyed, right? Like, it's a thing. Tone and body language are things that don't transfer over text. So at that point, it's up to the reader to interpret it, which means you need to add that extra context for the reader in general. That's just how online communication and text works. To expect everyone to apply the, well, maybe they meant better approach to every single online comment really leads to a lot of misunderstandings as well. So no matter what, people are going to get misunderstood. Oh, Lord, please don't let me be misunderstood. Except that online, everybody's understood. So shit. Oh, Lord. But let me do this. So you heard some of my shit that I don't have on the internet. I'm going to start playing what I do have on the internet, right? On SoundCloud. And I got to go pee, so I'll be right back. But yeah, this is music I recorded without any singing. Which I'm proud of all of this stuff. This song is one of my best ones. The last song on this like 4-track EP is also one I'm really proud of. And then the ones in the middle are, I could do better, but
I couldn't have done the last song or this first song without those in between. And these are not chronological. So whatever. I'll be right back. I gotta pee though. Like so bad. Woo-wee. I need to blow my nose here in a minute. But yeah, you like this? Thank you. I would assume listening to this, you realize that I've listened to a lot of Tool in my day, right? All right, we're good. Oh, and no, that was totally it. No, that was absolutely it. Ahmed, again, like, dude, we're totally good, man. But yeah, no, it wasn't even about the music. It was about, like, the you doubting my shoulder thing. Yes. And again, man, like, dude, we're totally fine. I wasn't going to judge you into the future for that anyway. I was actually willing to totally forget it. Sorry, we got this ad going. Ugh, it's like breaking my brain. I can't talk through it. This ad is terrible. Fucking SoundCloud, man. I just need to post this shit to Bandcamp. Ahmed, again, like, dude, you're fine, man. Again, Ahmed, I already appreciate you so much for like clarifying that. That's huge, dude. Yes, your doubting of my shoulder thing was actually what I was remembering. I had forgotten about it though, and I was willing to forget about it forevermore as well. Like, you're totally fine. All I remembered was having just that one moment of, come on, man. So, I appreciate you being like really self-conscious about that. Thank you. I appreciate you going back and thinking about that. That's even cooler. But yeah, go do your thing, man. Do your class thing. You're fine. I was not gonna make a grudge about it at all. I was going to forget about it entirely anyway. I just simply remembered some random thing. What did you do? I don't know. What did you do? Oh, I don't know what you did. No, yeah, Automod really like held that for no reason. You love the chat overlay. Did I work on it myself? Yeah, my chat overlay is Stream Parrot. It was one of the first things I was going to try and monetize, and then a hard drive died. Or technically an SSD died, but it was external. And I had APFS on an external drive. That was a me mistake. Never do that. Don't do it. Just do not do it. As a quick note, the Primogen actually still uses it. He doesn't use any of the features that make it cool, right? The biggest thing about my chat overlay is the fact that I can do a smiley face and it replaces it with my smiling face. The actual like textual and emote replacement of these things is like the biggest feature of what I built, and Prime doesn't even use that. But it's okay because he's just such a cool dude. He still wants to like support. So yeah, like you may have heard me rant about Prime and Tej's politics. Again, we may disagree about politics in general, and I'm okay with that. The thing I was pointing out is that Prime doesn't do so as much, but Tej has absolutely made like memes about Biden, but he's not doing any memes about the other shit, so it's like really one-sided. I still like Tej. I think he's a really cool dude, but I just wish he was more magnanimous, if that makes sense. Yes. But Prime doesn't go too far that way. He's still like, you have moments where you'll recognize exactly where he sits. And I disagree, and I think he's wrong. But I think both of them are not the kind of person that's going to write off someone entirely because they disagree. Which is why I am not willing to write them off entirely because we disagree. I still think they are awesome people. And I enjoy every single moment I've ever chatted with either one of them in person. I just don't necessarily like the character Prime plays in general. Even though his content's awesome. And I just wish Tej was more equally memeing, if that makes sense. But again, they're both awesome. This is not a negative thing towards either one. I think their content is really entertaining. They are both really entertaining individuals. The character that Prime plays, I think is less agreeable than Prime himself. Like, the dude is really fucking cool. I haven't regretted a single interaction I've ever had with Prime in person. Let me just point that out. I have regretted listening to Prime's character talk about some shit sometimes. Some of his tweets and some of that other shit. But Prime, the dude behind the character, I really like the dude behind the character. He's awesome. I'm just not the biggest fan of the character. But his content is still good despite the character, if that makes sense. Yeah. No, he's doing what he knows he needs to do for views. I totally get that. I understand. I'm not trying to say he should do anything different. Hell no. Why the fuck would he listen to me if I did say that? Like, no, dude. Don't listen to me. I'm not sitting there at 2,000 fucking viewers. He's obviously done something correct to build an audience. Like, I get it. I respect it. It's awesome. I just simply recognize that I don't like the character as much as I like the person behind it. And that's fine. I'm not saying he should change anything. This is just my objective take on it. That's all. But I do realize I could be taken out of context with some of my criticisms. Sure. I get it, right? He is doing everything he knows he needs to do, right? My opinion doesn't matter towards that whatsoever. I'm just simply trying to point out that the character is not the person, and the person is not the character. The character is anti-everything. The person will happily use Android Studio if he has to do a bunch of Kotlin bullshit. Right? The character wouldn't use anything other than NeoVim. The person will use whatever makes his job easier. I like Pragmatist Prime. I like the person whose name he doesn't necessarily want said out loud too much, but I mean, it was said on Lex Friedman, so come on. But again, I like the person. I'm less a fan of the character. But that doesn't matter because the character is what gets the views. I just wish the character was more middle than right. I wish Tej made more jokes about the current situation than he was making during the previous situation. Maybe not more, but at least like equal. But again, they're both awesome. I like these dudes in person. Every single chat and interaction I've had, they have just been like stand up just the best. And I get that Den Loganoff. Yeah, totally, man. And I refuse. I flat out fucking refuse. I stream too much to not just be my full authentic self. The tweets, man. Yes, the tweets. I really don't like a lot of his tweets. His tweets are abrasive for the sake of views. Yeah, I'm almost willing to bet he's muted me ages ago, and I have muted him, and that's fine, because tweet-wise, it is what it is, and it's fine. I don't like rage bait culture. I will not opt into it. I will not do it. I will simply just be me. If I don't like something, well, I'm going to say it. I'm like, fuck it. I'm just going to be authentic me on social media. Because I really don't feel like I'm capable of playing a character day in and day out. I stream too much to play a character. I care too much about who I am to be someone else tweet-wise, you know? I don't care. It's not something I want to do. I'm not judging other people for it. All I'm saying is I would judge myself way harsher than I'm judging other people for what they do. I simply cannot do it. They can do whatever the fuck they want. I wouldn't like myself if I did some of that same stuff. But I'm not going to like be as harsh about other people doing it because again, like they're treating it like a fucking job. They're treating it like a business. They're treating it like a thing that makes them their money because they are full-time streamers, full-time content creators. I'm just a dude. I'm just trying to be a dude. And that's it. That's the full scope of my social media. I'm just trying to be authentic me on social media with my bad sense of humor. I admit, my sense of humor sucks. It's fine. I like it. And again, that's Doubling down on authentic me. Maybe. I don't know. It's tough. I feel like I have more haters than Prime does. Right? Prime has 2,000 viewers, but dude, I feel like I have 2,000 haters because I am authentically me instead of like allowing people that suck to chat still. Thanks, Peakwall. Appreciate that, you know? Yeah. It's fine. It's not a big deal there, Loki. I am massively abrasive. I curate my audience. I will happily ban someone that sucks, even if they're like borderline shitty. Because I want a group of people that I enjoy talking to. Because I stream too much to do otherwise. I've seen too many streamers burn out from having a community they fucking hate. There are way too many people that build an audience they actually don't like talking to. If your only goal for streaming is viewers, you're going to compromise your ideals. It's going to happen. And I can't do it. Because I fucking love hanging out with people I like talking to. So yes, I know we get in the weeds. We're not just hammering out code. Right? Because streamers don't watch code for code's sake. Viewers don't watch code for code's sake. Viewers watch streams for people they want to hang out with. But it happens, Cake. Like, it really, really, really does happen. I'm not going to say Prime has done that, but there are people who have. Like, Benawad is the best example I can think of. That dude used to stream here on Twitch. But because the character and the content he makes is basically hating, he built a very hate-focused channel. And it was a channel he didn't want to interact with anymore. So he stopped doing it. He probably still makes YouTube content. I don't know. Because you don't have to interact with your audience on YouTube. But that dude could not put up with the audience that he built. And I would value Benawad for at least like correcting me if I'm wrong. This is just my outside perspective. But he built a very hate-focused channel. And it's not something that you would actually enjoy interacting with day to day. You know, if you build your content on Angular sucks, do you really want to deal with people hating on Angular every single fucking day? Probably not. Probably not. Can I just point out, like, that dude used to watch this stream. He used to watch a bunch of streams when I was doing like testing for me election. When you do like ecto stuff, you see like what someone's name is. We saw Benawad's phone in the fucking list. He's actually a really reasonable dude. I'm gonna bet like we could hang out and get along and chat and like, yeah, fuck it. You don't like Angular? I don't care. That's fine, man. I don't give a shit. I bet we could hang out, have some drinks, and talk tech and be totally fine. But his stream was way more hyperbolic than that. And I just think like it was something that he didn't want to put up with day to day. He didn't want to put up with on a regular basis. If you cultivate a toxic community, it really does weigh on you. But again, he's the only person that I would actually like want to hear a counterpoint to that from. I might be wrong. I might be misunderstanding it. I could have totally misread it, and maybe he stopped streaming for other reasons. I'd love to chat with him about it. Off stream if he wants, even. You know, he's probably not stoked I'm talking about him without him having a chance to speak up. So, yeah, my bad. But let me get some more music going. We are close to the point where we want to get some gaming going with Algo Bro, Robotic Head, and maybe Acorn. I don't know if Acorn's back. But let me get something playing before I... Sorry, almost burped. Before I check in... There it is. With them. Let's get some synthwave back going. Or do we want to hear like stuff that I might karaoke to? We're not going to do it today, though. I think synthwave. Yeah, synthwave. All right, so then let me double check. It might just be me and Robotic Head. Algo might be going to sleep early tonight. Who knows, man? All right, so hold on. Yeah, I missed some stuff. What were the questions? What are you looking at? So right now, yes, sorry there, Peakwall, I am building a listener for Blue Skies firehose, and I want to notify people when a certain keyword is mentioned, and they can pay to listen for X amount of keywords. I don't know the exact billing mechanism yet. It's probably going to be down to the amount of keywords and the amount of notifications I send out per like notification type per month or something, right? On the $5 a month tier, you get X amount of keywords and X amount of notifications. But some notifications might like take more in general. I don't know. The key is I am building this product as a dog fooding of another product I'm building for balance and quota management for software as a service in general. But I need this built out at least as the MVP before I can establish the billing that would then dog food the other software as a service that I'm trying to build. And I'd rather do that right now in general. I could speculate Lightspeed. He probably wouldn't want me to, but I will anyway because fuck it, whatever. I believe Algo took a month or two off of streaming and then started streaming and was hitting partner like level numbers. And then he applied for partner and he got denied and he took that personally. When instead, Twitch cares more about consistency than a burst of numbers. And I tried to warn him about that. I tried to make him not get his hopes up for it because his gap in streaming is something they would majorly look down on. But I still think he gets in his own head and convinces himself of something, and it's hard to tell him otherwise. But he also put way too much into being a partner. Partner is fucking meaningless, dude. There's nothing you gain from being a partner other than the check mark. It's fucking bullshit. Like, dude, he should not have cared about it. But he did, and the fact that he got denied massively influenced his amount of caring about streaming. And then beyond that, you'd have to ask him. But that is just my opinion. Why do they care so much about consistency? Dude, because just think about it. If they gave it to everyone that hit some fucking number, they'd give it out to a lot of people that then just stop streaming and then just have the check mark, and then the check mark loses value. They've already given out way too many check marks. They should be like YouTube and start revoking them when people stop streaming. It's absolutely a cost thing. As a partner, you're in a priority queue where you always get transcoding. As an affiliate, you are in a queue for transcoding. There was a point at which, during COVID, I made sure I started my stream by like 10 a.m. because if I started it any later, I wouldn't get transcoding. Transcoding is, if you look in the bottom like of the viewer, you can click the quality and pick any of the qualities based upon your stream. Right? Based upon, like, you know, if you're watching on a shitty connection, you can put it down to 360p. Sure. That feature is only given if you stream at the right time when there's no one else taking that part of the queue. Because that is a costly thing that Twitch has to do, rather than just proxying your fucking data to you. Right? They have to pay for the CPU cost of transcoding that data versus just the bandwidth cost of passing that data through. As a partner, you get guaranteed transcoding. As an affiliate, you get priority transcoding. But if there are so many people streaming at your current data center, the place that you're streaming to, like Seattle or wherever their data centers are, you may not get it. And there were times where I would not get it if I started at 11 versus 10 a.m. Just because of the other people in the area that either got in before me or were partners. There's only X amount of like transcoding slots per data center, but partners always get it. So if partners are streaming, affiliates might not have any slots available to them. Yeah, the checkmark means nothing. Transcoding means something. If I didn't get transcoding, I would get viewers that couldn't watch my stream because they can't watch a 1080p stream. The video quality setting is there, but the options are not always there. I'm partnered now. Yeah, I've been partnered since 2022. Often, if you're on a stream that doesn't get those, you'll click and you'll see only source, whatever the streamer is streaming at. Maybe Cake. Yeah, that'd be an option. And I think because of Kick, they've had to open it up anyway. So then partner is just kind of meaningless. Maybe you get a better cut from subs, but that's bullshit too. But yeah, someone did point out that Algo was building a thing. He was struggling a little bit, and some third party told him it wasn't viable and it wouldn't work, and he lost all motivation. I think that weighs into it as well. But some fucking third-party asshole, like, oh my god, dude, could you imagine if I listened to every fucking troll? And Perpskirp, dude, we haven't seen you in ages, dude. How you been, man? Like, honestly, Perpskirp, how you been, man? Yeah, dude, if I listened to every troll, I wouldn't even be streaming right now. Like, what the fuck? If I listened to every fucking troll, why would I even bother streaming? No, you just got to ignore that some people are really sad in their life and they got to pass that on to other people. There you go. But no, I agree. I think here's the biggest thing. Algo has a lot of fucking fans, man. He could work on something else if he wanted. I think his project is actually really good, and he should keep at it. And I hope he's still working on it. But yeah, like, I don't know. I believe he ran into the same problem that most streamers get. They don't have that exponential, like, growth curve. They don't make it to the Primogens level. Like, again, I hope Prime is not, I said again, but I don't know if I've said this before to most of y'all. I have literally heard Prime say if he was still streaming to 40 viewers, he wouldn't be streaming anymore. That's a big if. That's a coulda, woulda, shoulda. Like, it's one of those things that we don't know because he got beyond it. But I've heard him say that. At some point, if your growth stagnates, it fucking hurts. Like, look at it this way, Lightspeed. If Prime suddenly dipped to only 1,000 viewers versus the 2,000 and greater that he's getting, would he still be stoked? No, he'd be fucking bummed. He totally would. Because number must go up is a mentality that works in the stock market. It's a mentality that works basically everywhere. If you're not growing, you're dying. I think that's somewhat a toxic mentality, but it doesn't prevent a human being from feeling it. Right? While Prime and Tej and like that whole group was doing their thing, my numbers dipped to like 30 viewers. I'd be lying if I said it didn't hurt. That shit kind of hurt. But you know what? I like streaming more than I like not streaming. So even if it hurts less than not doing it. And I think that's the mentality you need to persist. If number must go up, you're going to burn out. It's just going to happen. Right? Because that number will stop going up. And if you plateau, do you have the fucking wherewithal to push through the plateau or even deal with a dip, you know? Like, look at Pirate Software. I think that dude actually does have the wherewithal because he was at like 15K viewers before the fiasco, and now he's sitting at like 5K. Only 5K. Right? A weaker person would look at that dip and stop streaming because of it. Right? Like a weaker person would see that dip and give up. What fiasco? The OnlyFans fiasco. If you're not aware of that, I don't want to drum up the controversy for it. If you're not aware of it, that's fine, man. Like, honestly, I'd love to not know. That'd be better. Not OnlyFans, OnlyFangs. It was the World of Warcraft like group. He actually seems happier with smaller numbers. I could see that. Yeah, for sure, man. No, he was hitting like 20,000, but like at least 5K of that 20,000 was hate viewers. And dude, that would suck. Ugh. That sounds miserable. That sounds fucking miserable. Dealing with a quarter of your fucking viewership being hate viewers? Ugh. I deal with maybe like 3 or 4 people being hate viewers on this channel. And we ban them as quick as we can. But they're still out there. Hats off to you. Cheers. Maybe. Yeah. No, I get it. I totally get it. I know, right, Nightshade? As a hate viewer, you got promoted to mod somehow. I don't get it, man. It's actually because you're fun to drink with. It's actually that. You're actually really fun to drink with, dude. You're sitting there just helping me find, like, Griffin-style whiskeys in that book down in San Diego. I look forward to the next time. Somehow Nightshade, as a hate viewer on all sorts of channels, keeps getting promoted to mod. It's so weird. It's because you're actually fun to hang out with, dude. It's that simple. I don't think Nightshade's a mod on my gaming channel. Wink. I don't remember, actually. Oh, you are? Well, shit. I can fix it. Yeah, Abu, did you not know I have a gaming channel? Yeah, for sure. I may get somewhat off topic. I get way more off topic over there. Do I use AI for coding? I use Super Maven for auto completion. I will occasionally ask Claude for shit. And I will, on a blue moon, vibe code some bash scripts because I don't write bash very, very quickly. I use Cursor or Windsurf when I need to write a bash script. Especially a bash script that needs to do like Mac OS OSA scripting. Right? I don't know how to write JQ stuff. I'll let Cursor run that for me. I know, bad cop. Yeah. Bad cop might slap me in my face the next time we see each other, probably at TwitchCon. I'm okay with it. It's fine. But no, I'm not currently using Cursor for major things. I think Cursor has value, and vibe coding does have value, but the moment you're trying to vibe code like a project you want to be able to maintain that is larger than a single file, good luck. Good luck. Unless you're Liam Neeson, that good luck should actually discourage you. Only Liam Neeson would hear good luck and be like, well, I'm going to hunt you down and figure it out. So if you're Liam Neeson, as far as coding goes, well, then go for it, man. Vibe code everything you want. I don't give a shit. Liam Neeson. Yeah, totally separate thing. Totally separate. I'm not gonna lie, I really love being able to just sit here, chat with y'all, and rant and not stress about hammering out code. We hammer out code enough on a regular basis that, like, yeah, sure, my haters might jump in and be like, why aren't you coding? Why haven't you written anything in the last half hour? Because I didn't want to. Right? Does that make you mauled a little bit? Well, if so, probably in the wrong place, man. Why aren't I coding? Yeah, obviously, Nightshade, you're trying to make the case for taking the sword away from you, and it could happen. But you threw a kappa on it, so we know you're kidding, right? So, okay, I get it. I narrow my eyes at thee. Acklox, yes. Nightshade is also from that stream. Are you a mod in Prime Stream yet? Or are you still just a VIP like us plebs? Are you just another pleb VIP over in Primes? I can't remember. You're a mod over there now. You didn't used to be though, right? When did he actually decide that, like, all right, fuck, I've put up with this dude enough that he made you a mod? Was that within the past year? A year ago, maybe. Yeah, yeah. That's what I thought. Acklocks. Sometimes a timeout is necessary, man. It's why he's a mod here. Because he has the context of other people being shitty in other streams. He would have actually banned you if you really suck, you know? No, no, like, again, this is just a joke. There you go, Abu. Yeah, that's fine, man. Honestly, the ban thing is temporary until you make it not temporary. When I ban someone, it's just because I wanted an indefinite timeout. Because I didn't think they would be cool after only 10 minutes. You know? Sometimes 10 minutes isn't enough. So I do a ban. When someone then comes back and is extra shitty in their unban request, well, then obviously, yeah, that was a good ban. Acklocks. Only if Cursor makes a fucking Neovim plugin. What's up, Lake? Mr. Sir. Cheers. I sound like your ex. That sounds like a toxic relationship. Okay, bye. Questionable. Oh, the 10 minutes is enough. I mean, for sexy time, it isn't. If that's all you got, for fatigue reasons, you should be, like, prepping the situation ahead of time. Double wink. You know what I mean. If 10 minutes is enough, you're not doing enough prep. No, I get it, Nightshade. Yeah, do them chores. I get it. If you want to play some PoE 2 at some point, just let me know, dude. I'm not sure where you're at in that game. They're about to do like a new season, so like we're going to have to start whole new characters here soon. Honestly, it's me and Robotic Head. We could play tonight. I mean, I think it's just me and Robotic for gaming stream tonight. If no one joins, it's me and him playing some Divinity Original Sin, right? Like, be the big cheese on your block with a wheel of the good stuff. A man with many cheeses. Exactly. I forget what the other line is there, Robotic Head. What's the other line for that bit? That game's, like, really solid. The man with many cheeses, something, right? There's, like, a follow-up to that line. It was pretty cheesy. Yeah, exactly. Mr. Sir, shit. So hold on. You shouted me out the other day, Robotic Head, and I feel like I asked you, but I don't remember if I got confirmation. That was like someone commenting on your like chat overlay, right? Yep, chat overlay. Yeah, for sure. Stream Parrot for the win. Just so good. So hold on. I'm going to tag someone. All right, just had to send the thing out to Algo. I just typed out to Algo within our group chat that a bunch of y'all wish he still streamed. I don't think that's an inaccurate representation. I feel like he needed to hear it. I hope he doesn't feel guilted by it, though. I wish he still streamed too. I would take a hit to my viewership, which I do. Every single time he was streaming, my numbers were easily 20 less than they are right now. I'd take that hit. I'd happily take that hit. I've been streaming for almost 7 years now. I've seen too many streamers give up on it. It bums me out. It makes me kind of sad. When was the last time Leah T Code streamed? When was the last time Madeline Patience streamed? There's a bunch of other streamers. Like, when was the last time they were there? You know? I get it. They got their reasons. I just hope it's not because they didn't hit a number they wanted. Because 40 people liking hanging out with you, 60 people, upwards of 80. Just feels good, man, you know? But hey, what's up, Nang? How you doing, man? Mr. Sir. Ooh, I actually have a new machine. I should actually reinstall Pair. I have a new Mac Mini now. I should reinstall Pair. Thank you for the reminder. Yeah. Yeah, I have a new Mac Mini. Yeah, absolutely. Like, it's actually, like, really good. I should reinstall Pair. Absolutely, man. Fuck yeah. How you been, though? What you been up to? Right? Let's do the shout-out thing. I love the fact that you guys got accepted to Y Combinator. Like, yeah, that's just awesome, man. I'm so happy for you. Like, that was cool. I know you're solo founding now. Wait, you got canceled? No, I saw the cancel thing, but like, you guys still went through Y Combinator, didn't you? No, I saw the cancel. I definitely saw the cancel, but you guys actually did a really good job of like pushing through it. Yeah, you went through Y Combinator. Like, you didn't get canceled by Y Combinator. You got canceled by the internet. Who gives a shit what the internet says? Like, dude, come on, man. Dude, who gives a fuck what the internet says? Those people suck. Dude. Those people suck. Nah, man. Like, nah, I'm proud for you. So Frying Pan, is he not involved anymore? So you're just solo? He's not involved. Okay. All right. Cool, man. Yeah, no worries. He wants to be a streamer. You're still BFFs. All right, cool. It wasn't like a major like burnout thing. I love the fact that you guys are still friends. Fuck yeah. No, that's super cool. How did Y Combinator feel about solo founder stuff? Like, you probably needed to have a partner to get accepted, right? Because they really do prefer like co-founder stuff. But your investors don't care beyond that, right? Which I think is actually cool. I believe, yes, like maybe you can do it. Dude, maybe co-founder pairs can do it too, right? It's a big maybe either way. So yeah, like who gives a shit? Like who gives a shit? It's a maybe no matter what. No, that makes a lot of sense, man. Let me get some more music playing. I'll just play this album because we stopped. There we go. So the thing I'm working on, I am currently building a listener for Blue Sky. That listener is just simply like you establish a keyword that you want to listen to, and I notify you when that keyword is mentioned. And that notification could be an email or a Slack channel or all sorts of other stuff. If you remember the thing I was working on when we first met, that was Walter, which was like balance and quota management as a system, right? As a service. This thing I'm building right now is actually meant to dog food that, but we haven't started dog fooding the quota and balance management yet. So really, this is a small, self-contained thing that we're just bullshitting on and having fun that will help prove out the business case for the other thing I'm trying to build. And I actually plan on maybe applying to Y Combinator eventually, but I want to have revenue first. I have a friend who has another product that I can't name because I want to talk about the fact that they just got acquired. And holy shit, like, dude, yes. And yeah, dude, if I could use you as a referral, that'd be great. I have at least a few people that I think would back me up that have been alumni from Y Combinator. So I think I could get in there pretty easily. Right? Like Theo, I think he'd represent me. Nang, I will absolutely use you as a reference. Thank you. I appreciate that. Thank you for the offer. And then the other person from this other company, yes, for sure. Even Colin from Zod, I think he would also endorse me. So I think I got a lot going for me for like getting accepted. I just want something that is like a legitimate product. And I don't want to like misuse your and their recommendations. Oh, I'm sure Prime would endorse me too. You're right. But Prime hasn't done like the Y Combinator thing. Yeah, I don't want to do it too early. I don't want to waste the recommendation. I'd rather build a product that I like, you know? Yeah. No, I get that and I appreciate that, but I'd rather have a product that is like real, you know, like it's got meat to it. I don't want to have to pivot into something totally different, you know? Yeah, for sure. 100%. Yeah, you got to head out. I get it. You're like East Coast time. You moved back to New York, right? I plan on maybe getting a talk accepted. Oh, he invested in a pair. Dude, yeah, Theo's awesome. He's such a good dude. There was a time where we didn't necessarily get along, but we totally do now. And I'm a big fan now. After having chatted with him in person way more. I didn't know him well enough. Now I think I do. And I'm a fan. Again, I like people, not necessarily like personalities, if that makes sense. Like, I don't give a shit about an influencer. I like the person behind the influencer. And Theo, I actually like that person behind the personality, if that makes sense. Prime. I like Prime more so than I like the character he plays on stream, you know? But yeah, you're in New York. If I make it out to JS Nation or React Summit, I'll hit you up, man. We should go hang out in New York. Yeah, man, you can show me around. At least we can go see like a comedy show. I go to like Comedy Cellar or what I forget the name of it. Like Gotham Comedy something or whatever. Coffee? I don't drink coffee. Hold up, wait. Have you seen Hold up. Have you seen the meme? One second. Hold on. Before you go, I know you want to get going. Just hold up. Have you seen this meme? Shit. No, it's a reply. Hold on. I made this tweet a few years ago when I went to New York for the first time. Finally had one of those New York bagels people are always talking about. Not bad. I'm in front of a fucking Dunkin'. Right? Even Dax is like, you fucker. I'm like, dude, yeah. That was a solid meme. I'm really proud of that. Meme. There's even a dude inside, right? If we zoom in, hold up. This dude's like, what the fuck is going on right now? Why is this dude taking his fucking picture in front of a Dunkin'? Exactly, dude. Like, yeah. I'm really proud of that. But yeah, have a good night. Enjoy your food. Thank you for chilling. Thank you for the raid. Have a good night, man. Yeah, we'll see you again soon. And if I make it to New York, I will absolutely hit you up. For sure, man. 100%. Yeah, cheers on that. Nori's Den. Yeah, have a good night, man. Yeah. This is just a chill ass Saturday where we're doing our thing, barely working on stuff. We hit a bottleneck. I should fix it. But also, you know, it's like I drink whiskey or something. I don't get it. It's fucking weird. But no, we're in the middle of figuring some shit out. Yeah. Like stream parrot, the thing you see below me, like the chat overlay, that's a stream parrot. Like that's an Elixir backend. Like, dude, yeah, 100%. I've done Elixir before. I don't do it often enough to have it memorized, so we're still dealing with some BS for it. You know? But something to recognize is this chat overlays backend service has been running for at least 3 years at this point. I think 4. And I haven't had to touch it. It just works. You know? If it were Node.js, I'd have to reboot that shit every fucking 3 months. Just due to like memory leaks and bullshit, you know? which is doable and it's a thing you can do. But again, I didn't have to build out any of that. Yeah, for sure, Kenny. I'm curious, what is like Sentry built with? Because I'm hosting Sentry on a server as well. I believe, is Sentry also Elixir? Is it Django? Really? It's mostly Python, but it just works. So they did a great job of building that out. All right, good job, Sentry. I have a self-hosted Sentry instance I haven't touched in 5 years. And it's still just going strong, man. Because I had one runaway process that chewed up all of the free tier. So I decided to self-host. Fuck it. Whatever. Posthog's great. Yeah, no, Posthog's good. And sorry, Yaveen, I'm not sure why that got held, but yeah, if you have a question, feel free, ask. WhatsApp is absolutely Erlang. I believe that was like purely Erlang. I didn't really. Yeah, no, you're right. Sorry. I did know that Discord is a bunch of Elixir. Yeah, absolutely. For things that are like distributed system stuff, Elixir makes a lot of sense. And like the reason I'm using it for the back end for what I'm building right now is because I want to fan out. I want to listen to the WebSocket from one process without having to establish a bunch of different connections, but I might have to do that for redundancy. And yeah, like the main goal is that I want to fan out the listening and like notification process to a bunch of other processes. So it can like fan out to like other nodes and we can like horizontally scale. Discord mobile is React Native. That sounds right. But Discord's backend services, I believe, are Elixir. They may mix in Rust for things that they need to do like heavy like CPU stuff because Elixir is actually not great for CPU bound stuff. How do I fan out listening without duplication? So the WebSocket can be the single thing. I may want to duplicate it for redundancy just in case, but the fan out is just simply taking the message that we get and pushing it out to another process. So really, like every message we receive from the WebSocket should actually be pushed out to a supervisor like fan out process. So just imagine the same way you might put it onto a message queue. We don't even need to establish a message queue because we can just fan it out to processes within the network. because Elixir is built for exactly that. So just recognize that Elixir's runtime solves a lot of the shit you would reach for Redis or some other message queue thing for anyway. Right? Because of the way Elixir is built, I don't need to worry about putting this shit onto fucking Kafka or RabbitMQ or whatever, right? The runtime itself gives me basically a free Kafka. So I can just horizontally scale as I need to, and it's just pushing these messages to another process. That's my main goal. That's the point I'm getting at. I could be wrong because I'm not a back-end architect by trade. I'm a front-end engineer by trade, but I've been full stack as far as like my concerns and what I care about for way too long anyway, that I at least know enough to be dangerous, especially to myself. So, Peter, here's the thing. With Elixir, a process could exist on the same machine or another machine, but Elixir doesn't care because it's just another process. So then you're only dealing with the latency of a process on this machine or another machine in the same cluster, or even another machine across the world. It's just the latency of passing that message because it's all message passing and actor pattern. Right? Elixir and technically Beam and OTP are all about message passing as a core mechanism of the entire framework, which means that we can horizontally scale by just adding a node, and the runtime doesn't have to care where that node is. It's just a process that handles a message. Does that make sense? I hope I explained it well. I still haven't done a good job of explaining it every single time. I'm trying different ways of explaining it every single time I get asked. But as far as Elixir is concerned, a process on this machine versus a process on another machine are the same thing. So Elixir is not good for CPU-bound tasks. I would reach for some Rust that we just call out to, if needed. How long does it take to become productive with Elixir? Depends on how productive you are with other Rails-like frameworks or other frameworks and languages in general. Right? That is dependent upon what you already know and what you already kind of think. Here's the only example I can give you. I had a Node.js server for a thing called Proficientim. And this tool is simply, oh shit. Well, shit, I guess that server's down. Oh, wait, hold on. No, you know what it is? It's HTTP, not HTTPS. I should fix that. I don't care enough. But this service, I can say, word is the product. I want to look up synonyms for the word word. And we go and search it, and we see that, well, yeah, a synonym for word could be compurgation, or current saying, or couch in terms. But if we look at the stuff that's registered, oh, it gets really deep. But instead, could I add a prefix like get word? And then, voila, we look at available, and getaffidavit.com is available. Hey! So it's a very simple backend in which I pass some front-end bullshit to it. The backend is an API, right? A REST API that has maybe 3 endpoints. I think it's only 2. Where I need to look up a synonym for a word, and then based on those synonyms, fan out to getting the domain who is for that prefix or suffix for those synonym words, and doing that, and then getting those back as a result. Very simple API, right? Not a big deal. But what it needs to do is it needs to make HTTP requests to third-party APIs. Those two third-party APIs I'm consuming, one is JSON, one is XML. So I need to figure out how to parse that result. And I need to be able to build a REST API. I need to store some of this shit inside of Redis. All of these things together actually equate to how I evaluate a language for a backend use case anyway. I originally built this backend in Node.js, but I then rebuilt the backend in Go, Elixir, and Rust back in 2016. So the shit's fucking old and still works. But back in 2016, I learned Go, Elixir, and Rust. I had not touched any of them at all before building this API with them. I tracked the amount of time it took me to do these things. With Elixir, it took me about 20 hours. With Rust, it took me 22. And with Go, it actually took me 18. But here's the thing, like, time is relative. The last 2 or 3 hours of that Go project were me dealing with not understanding the fact that, like, capitalization matters when you're, like, deserializing JSON. Shit, right? Like, the fact that last, like, 2 hours I was billing and couldn't understand why it was a bug was me just misunderstanding the conventions, but also that shit felt like it took longer. Yeah, public struct members. I mean, I'm in my module. The struct is in my module. Why do I need to make these things capitalized? Because it's module specific, but they need to be capitalized when you're passing it to the module that's doing the JSON, like, marshalling and unmarshalling. Because that's a separation of those two modules. But to me, the struct lived in the same fucking context as the shit I was doing, so why did capitalization matter? I believe Go could have training wheels that warn you about that. No, and I understand that, Peter. I understand it now, 100%. I didn't back then, and that 2 hours of dealing with that felt like fucking 8. So whether it took me less time doesn't matter, because the fucking mental stress of dealing with that bug made it suck way more than these languages that technically took me longer. Because time is relative, and dealing with a bug like that and feeling like an idiot and asshole for it weighs on you. So that, like, mental overhead of those hours is actually greater to me. So even though the Go took me less, it felt like it took more, you know? But in general, yes, I did Elixir back then, I did Rust back then, I did Go back then. This is 2016. This is before Primogen even touched Rust, you know? Go is a fine language, Anonymous Gifter, for certain use cases, and I simply wish they had a training wheels version of the compiler that could use reflection to warn you about some of this shit. Would it take longer to compile? Absolutely. But new users to Go would have an easier introduction to the language. I'm currently a developer advocate for a company called GetKraken. Putting on my developer advocate hat, Go needs a training wheels version of the compiler that utilizes reflection to warn people and recommend solutions to that. Meanwhile, Rust gives you too many options of what you might be doing wrong when it gives you an error, right? Oh, hey, we hit this error. Here's the thing you're doing wrong. We don't know if it's necessarily that. Here's 10 other ways you might be hitting this error. Rust really fucking nails it when it comes to error cases and, like, the compiler yelling at you. Elixir doesn't do any of that, but Elixir fails out so fast, and a lot of their errors are so easy to recognize that you can figure it out pretty quickly too. So it may take longer, but it doesn't feel like it takes longer. So I forget what your original question was, but as far as Elixir and Rust and Golang go, there's definitely some stuff there that matters towards like the developer experience. And your developer experience may differ. But I know for a fact I'm not the first person to hit the JSON marshalling issue. I've seen that shit too many times online, too many times here in chat, that Golang needs a fucking training wheels version of the compiler that utilizes, reflection to warn people about shit they might be doing wrong. The fact that Go doesn't give a shit, I consider a red flag. It's not that it's a bad language, it's a bad ecosystem. Because when I experienced that bug and talked to other Go devs, they responded with, I think you just need to reread the manual. You're fucking telling me this thing that's not obvious is me reading the fucking manual problem? Fuck you, dude. Fuck you, dude. And that is actually the majority of the Go fucking ecosystem. Her skill issue is actually like the Go mentality. And that's only marginally better than the rewrite it in Rust crowd in Rust. Meanwhile, Elixir is really forgiving. You got a bug? We'll help you figure it out, man. So when we talk about community, it's not just about the libraries that are written. It's about when you need help, who do you reach out to? In Go, nobody. Nobody fucking cares. Not a single person gives a shit. You should probably just read the examples again. You should read all that shit. Go by example does that nowadays, but back in 2016, they didn't. Yeah, back in 2016, that shit didn't exist whatsoever, right? The Go marshalling and unmarshalling like of JSON, no, that doc didn't exist whatsoever. Nowadays, it's better. I'll admit that. But the community is still not better than that. The community is still, you should probably reread the fucking manual. And that's a huge fucking problem. Like, the Go elitists ruin Go. The Rust elitists ruin Rust. And the Elixir elitists are actually really nice to talk to. So when it comes to community, it's not just about libraries, etc. It's also about the people you talk to. Elixir has Hex, or like hex.pm. Right? We look up WebSocket for Hex, and we got libraries. Now, keep in mind, WebSock here is still like zerover and hasn't been touched since 2023. But also, Elixir doesn't move that fast that, it doesn't matter, right? Chris McCord and Jose Valim are the main maintainers of this library, and it's actually fine because the library hasn't changed enough since then for it to matter. But also, if we were in, Node.js land, this would be a huge red flag. So you have to, change your perspective on what, a dead library is versus a maintained library. Figuera, vibe coding. Vibe coding is purely based upon the amount of documentation that other people have produced for the thing you're trying to do. Elixir is one of the worst languages to try and vibe code for. I'm going to say that right now. I actually dislike the vibe coding aspect of Elixir. Using Super Maven, it does have context and it can autocomplete a lot of shit. But vibe coding wise, nah, man, vibe coding is purely based upon the amount of stuff on the internet for you. And Elixir lacks a lot of that. Jay Scott, I disagree with using LLMs to learn in general. I don't mind something like Super Maven that does auto-completion, but you need to understand what it is auto-completing and don't let it complete more than a couple lines at a time. If you're going to fucking like just tab through a bunch of like code, man, there's a bunch of shit like that you're going to really fuck up on. I think vibe coding in general, where tab is your like initial thing, it doesn't set you up for learning. It just sets you up to like solve a problem. And if you only need to solve a problem and you don't care about learning, then LLMs are great. Fuck yeah. If you want to like have a conversation with an LLM, yeah, that's actually a good case. But letting LLMs vibe code your entire project for you is just a recipe for disaster. Right? Did we learn nothing from the Primogen and Tej and like all them doing their thing 7 days straight, 24/7? What they built? Cool. It worked? Maybe. But I think they would be the first to help you recognize that it didn't help them solve user experience problems. Things that were obvious to them about how the game should work were not explicit to Doug when he tested it, right? At that point, like LLMs do not solve user experience problems. They can't because they're not an actual user. They're just taking patterns from what other people have done. So no matter what you do, even if you want to vibe code something, you need to actually understand what you're building and how to actually teach people how to use it. Levels.io is a friend of the stream. He's a really fucking cool dude. So don't mince words. Don't think that I don't like Levels. Don't think that I'm a hater on vibe coding. I think what he built, that plane game, is really fucking cool. But it doesn't work on mobile. And I think the project has enough context that Cursor isn't capable of helping him make it work on mobile. He actually needs to understand how to make stuff work on mobile, which he doesn't because he doesn't do mobile dev. And that's okay because he's not a mobile dev. Eventually, they might fix it. It might gain more context and it might get better. But you know what? Experts still have value. And I think Levels would be the first person to tell you that experts still have value. This was his experiment in going down into it. Do you think he could vibe code the Kubernetes that's running the bullshit behind his portrait application or remote OK? No. He pays a dude to do that because LLMs can't do that for you. I don't know Levels personally. I've never met him in person. I think we'd get along, even though I probably drink more than he would prefer. He doesn't drink at all anymore, right? We can smoke some weed together, right? But Levels has been here in chat in the past. He's a very smart dude. He knows what the fuck he's doing. He doesn't always know exactly the code that he's letting an LLM complete for him, but he could figure it out if he cared. Because he's a smart dude. But his airplane game is not trying to prove out massively maintainable enterprise level software. It's a game. He's vibe coding a game. He's a very creative dude. And the moment he needs to make it live beyond just a simple experiment that makes him a couple bucks, I believe 100% in the fact that he will actually consult experts. I get that, Maze Red. Let me just point out that I don't use vibe coding at all for my front ends. The only vibe coding I've ever done is bash scripts. Because I can't fucking write a bash script to save my life anyway. There's no way I could write an OSA script as well. And all the things I've used vibe coding for are things that I have zero context for, but I can at least read the code and understand it. But could I write that shit from scratch? Hell no. No. And I think that is the main use case for vibe coding. So we'll eventually find some like line figuratively drawn in the sand that lets us recognize that, yeah, the problem you're trying to solve, is it a one-off that you don't care about maintainability for? Fuck it. Yeah, vibe code the fuck out of it, dude. Do you actually want to be able to maintain this thing and build a business on it? If you vibe code it, you're setting yourself up for failure. And some people might quote the Anthropic CEO. Dude, you shouldn't listen to anything a fucking CEO says. Are you kidding me? Their job is fucking sales. They're trying to sell you on the thing they're building. Do you not realize that the CEO is just a salesperson? They're just selling at a higher level than like the bottom level of sales. Do not listen to CEOs, especially when they're the CEO of a fucking AI company. No, they're just a fucking snake oil salesman. They're trying to sell you the snake oil. Obviously. The Repl guy, Repl it. Don't listen to him either. He's trying to sell you snake oil. Don't listen to snake oil salesmen when they're trying to sell you snake oil. If they're trying to sell you the reason why you shouldn't use snake oil, then you might actually want to listen because they're speaking against the thing they're building. But do they ever do it? No, they don't. Like, not the fucking people that you're trying to listen to. Do not listen to the Anthropic CEO. Do not listen to fucking Sam Altman. Do not listen to the Repl CEO. Those guys have no fucking clue. They just know what they need to say to fucking convince investors, because investors don't fucking know. Dude, in general, investors don't fucking know either. They just know what they're sold by some fucking snake oil salesman. Right? Every single time, right? Every single stream, someone's going to come in and mention the Anthropic CEO saying something. If you're listening to that dude, you're fucking lost already. If you're going to think that dude's telling you the absolute truth, I got a bridge to sell you. Right? I have some somewhat roasty tweets. Yeah, yeah, for sure. Ooh, okay. Shit. So I see Robotic Head and Algo Bro over in chat already. All right, so me, Algo, and Robotic Head are going to be playing some games. I don't know what game we're going to play specifically, but we'll let Algo take the wheel on it. It might be some more of that game Repo. And anyone that wants to play that game with us, it's early access, it's cheap, and we can hang out. And yes, did we get much done today? No. But we hung out, we chatted, we chilled, and it's kind of part of my favorite thing. I learn more by bullshitting and chatting with y'all than I ever would just sitting here at home solo. Streaming is my favorite thing to do besides snowboarding, and I don't say that lightly. So I really appreciate y'all being here. We had some really good conversation. We got some great raids. Like, we do our thing. I may have had the whiskey, but I didn't go over the rails and I wasn't an asshole. It's about the little wins. Yeah, no, this was a great stream. Like, I think we had a really good, fun Saturday. And if you want to join us over on gaming, it's going to be me, Algo Bro, and Robotic Head. I think Acorn is still out, but maybe. We'll see. So, yeah, that's over on gaming. And as far as stream goes, I'll be back here streaming on this channel on Monday. But tomorrow is a day off in which I'm only going to be on gaming stream, in which I'll play some games, and then I got to get some work done too. So, we'll see. But yeah, we should figure out who we go raid. Like, who's streaming right now? We see Nick Wan. We see Midnight Simon. We see Ma Weeksy. Ooh, I haven't had a chance to raid Ma Weeksy. They're playing Valheim, though. Shit. Like, I definitely want to send y'all to another gaming stream. Hopefully one that codes more. I know, my haters are out there. I'm preempting the comments they would make. JD Does Dev back from DrupalCon. Oh, that sounds super cool. Yeah, no, let's go chat with him a little bit about that. Yeah, no, let's do that. Yeah, for sure. We're gonna go raid JD Does Dev. You'd love to code in a team? Yeah, no, for sure. Like, team stuff is tough unless you're like at work and then like your team is dictated to you. But yeah, finding a team locally or otherwise is tough. Like, I agree with that. Yeah, 100%. As a dude trying to launch some software shit, I would love a co-founder that was actually like, a person that cares about filing taxes on time and shit like that. I am the worst. I'm so bad. Yeah, dude, Automod is on a fucking tangent today, man. Yeah, sorry for other people that got caught by Automod, but nah, man. Sorry about that. Anyone else who got caught by Automod, I'm sorry. Yeah. But yeah, what's up, Owen? Mr. Sir. How you doing? But yeah, we're going to go raid JD Does Code. I'm going to go fire up the oven, and I got pizza from the pizza place last night. Yeah, I got some Big Mario's fucking East Coast style slices. They're super good. Oh, I'm looking forward to this pizza. But yeah, it was super good hanging out. I'll be over on gaming. Griffing and Chill is the name of the channel if you didn't see like the shout out. We're going to go raid JD Does Dev, YouTube.